mm, 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 mm.
good for the streaming in the back? Good morning. How are you? We are about to start in a minute. Yeah. Okay, now yes. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to Greenovate Europe, and welcome to the joint event, because this is a joint event of the FOODRUS and the COFRES projects, final events. Today we start with FOODRUS, and tomorrow we will continue with COFRES in this same very place. Greenovate Europe, for those that don't know us, is a European network of organizations working for sustainable innovation. And we have also been partners to the FOODRUS project, leading all the communication and dissemination activities, together with one of our members, Leonardo, who has been taking the lead on the capacity building and the e-learning activities. So, as you know very well, FOODRUS has been a very challenging project, gathering 27 partners from 10 European countries to tackle the problem that Europe faces on food losses and waste. And we're going to be looking at it on detail later on, so very quickly, just to let you know that it has been testing 23 circular innovative solutions across Europe, and particularly in 3 demos, 3 pilots in Slovakia, in Spain, and in Denmark, looking at the bread, the meat and fish, and the salad and vegetables food chains. Voila, we will be looking at the pilots in detail today, this morning. I'm not going to go through the agenda. It's in the morning and in the afternoon, everybody has it. But 2 practical things before lunch, that I believe is around 12:30. We would like to make a group picture, if that's fine with everybody, so please join us for that. And tonight there is a dinner. Many of you have already registered for the dinner. Everybody is invited. It's in the restaurant Banson in the center of Brussels. But if you haven't registered yet, you can still do so. Talking to Laura Nieto, who is here and who, by the way, is the project manager of FOODRUS, and I already thank her for the great work through the project and organizing this event, as I thank already our coordinators, the coordinators of FOODRUS, which is the Deusto University in Bilbao, in the Basque Country, Universidad de Deusto, and my university. So I'm very happy. And am I forgetting something, Laura? No, we can proceed. And now, of course, I don't know where are my glasses. Sorry, but the presbytia is attacking me. And I need to read properly the name of Isabel, which is our next, the first speaker. And Isabel Rollige, more or less, She's a project officer at DG Sante at the European Commission and responsible for working in the Farm to Fork Strategy Unit. And she's responsible for several files related to the Farm to Fork strategy. And thus, you've been working on that since the beginning of the century. So that means a lot of experience, and the floor is yours, Isabel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you can use the clicker.
Yeah.
And that will take you directly
Yes.
onto your first
Very good.
slide.
And it's
So
like
that's
this.
for the next one. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have a, if you need to point, this is the red,
The
red button.
yeah. Okay. Very good. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. So thank you very much for the invitation. Today, I'm going to give a small introduction about the Farm to Fork strategy. I'm not sure to what extent you are familiar with that, but I would hope you are very familiar with that already, and I guess it is the case. So the Farm to Fork strategy is one of the many strategies that is part of the European Green Deal that our President Ursula von der Leyen has started back in 2019. So she has moved onto the greening, the Greenovate pathway as well, let's say, as a Commission. And now I've touched something wrong, sorry for that. And the Farm to Fork strategy came to life in May 2020, together with the biodiversity strategy, which is indeed another of the 11 strategies within the European Green Deal. Now, the Farm to Fork strategy has the aim to work towards a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system in Europe. And in this particular subtitle of the Farm to Fork strategy, there's a lot of information because we look at a systematic approach, an integrated food systems approach, which is totally different actually from what we have been doing and working on so far. In DG Santé, in which I work, which is the Director General for Public Health and Food Safety, we have, as the title says itself, two different pillars, one working on food safety, one on public health issues. And in the food safety area, we have been focusing very much on particular individual kind of hazards that may relate to food safety issues. So now we have taken a very broad view. We have taken a step behind and we have looked at the food system as a whole, where all different types of players are involved, and where we really need to look at the food system and not only the food value chain, but all other actors around it from a systemic perspective. So the subtitle also has three adjectives in the title, which also relates to the three pillars of sustainability as we see it in the European Union. So we think that sustainability consists of a social pillar, of an economic one, and an environmental one. The implementation of the Farm to Fork strategy started in May 2020 with 27 actions foreseen. Most of them are legislative actions. The original delivery date was foreseen by the end of this year. Unfortunately, you all know that there have been some hurdles along the way. We are still managing, trying to overcome these. We are still continuing to work, and we very much hope so and look forward to continue our work in the next Commission. Now, yeah, maybe it's a bit superfluous to talk about why there is challenges to the EU food system, but from the DG Santé perspective, or from the Commission perspective, I should say, because we are also working on this file with a whole lot of other DGs. DG Agri is involved, DG Fish, Mare is involved, DG Environment is involved, DG Grow, and so many others, I would say. So we are really looking at this from a very broad viewpoint. So, and we see that, of course, there's an issue with our diets. I saw the very nice buffet when coming in the room, and you see that this type of buffet is already quite different from what we traditionally know in caterings or in kitchens, with more vegetables and more plant-based food. And there is an issue with the diets, with consumption, with so many adults, so many children being obese or overweight. So we really need to tackle that. We also need to improve animal welfare. And being a veterinarian myself by training, I mean, animal welfare is very much also a lever for more sustainability. Social rights of workers in the food environment, in the food sector, is very important. We all know that, especially in the primary sector, there's a lot of issues with working conditions, and food affordability, knowing that that there's a lot of increase of poverty, unfortunately, also in the European Union. We also need to tackle that. Then the environmental sustainability. I'm not going through all the different elements, but of course you know that we need to protect the environment, that we are facing a lot of polluting agents, that there is biodiversity declining, etc. Climate change, of course, in the first place. And of course the circularity, which is thankfully on a good way, but we are not yet there. And then, of course, the economic sustainability is also extremely important, because if a production or a producer is not economically viable, then, of course, he will go bankrupt, and there's, all the rest is not applicable. Now, talking about this integrated approach from the farm to fork, you see that there's a lot of players around here. You see that, of course, the citizens, the consumers, in the first instance, they are very much in the center of it all, because we are the ones consuming the food. But then, of course, the next circle is those who produce the food. But then, very important in green also, you see the researchers, academic world, the knowledge providers, financing institutions, advisory services, NGOs. They also have a very important role to play. And I really want to stress the research part, because you have all been involved in the FOODRUS and the CoFresh project, which are extremely valuable in providing this knowledge that is absolutely essential to make sure that policy can be set up, can be established. And then, of course, around that we have all the different authorities that come into play, from the local end until the European end, and even the global end, I would say, because WTO, United Nations organizations are also very much involved. You see that also this leads to the need to look at different levels of governance that are implied. So we need multiple instruments, both legislative as well as non-legislative, but we also need financial incentives. We need education and awareness raising, especially with consumers. This is extremely important already from the very young age, I would say. This is not in the remit of the European Commission. We are not dealing with that, but member states are very much involved in that, of course, and they should take up their responsibility to indeed create this awareness. Research and innovation, of course, procurement and voluntary commitments. So we have indeed, as I mentioned, 27 actions tabled under the Farm to Fork strategy. Most of them are new legislative proposals. The other half is also a revision of current legislation, and we also have some voluntary initiatives. I'm not going to go through all the different actions that we did, but I just want to show some slides here that focus on particular areas. So the primary producers, I have one on the manufacturers, and I have one on the consumer end, just to show you, to give you some kind of flavor of what we have done. These are the indicative targets for sustainable food production at the level of primary production, where we really want to reduce the use of chemical pesticides and of hazardous pesticides. Also, the nutrient losses we want to reduce, to ensure that there is still enough fertile soil available, of course, but using less chemical nutrients. We also want to reduce the sales of antimicrobials, because antimicrobial resistance is a huge threat to humanity. It's really tremendous. I mean, I don't think that as a citizen or as a human being we realize how dangerous this is until you are affected by a bug which resists everything. And we also want to achieve at least 25% of agricultural land under organic farming in the EU. Of course, we are not there yet, but we are working towards that. That's why they are called the indicative targets. In the middle actors of the chain part, so the food manufacturers, the retailers, wholesalers, the food services, we have put in place a voluntary action, one of the few voluntary actions within the Farm to Fork strategy. This was the EU Code of Conduct on Responsible Food Businesses and Marketing Practices. We have 141 signatories of the code, mainly individual companies, out of which, of course, most of them are big multinationals, big companies. but we also have half of EU associations, etc. So we all work together towards the goal of accelerating the transition towards a sustainable food system. The type of commitments that these signatories have pledged are very diverse. They cover 7 different areas, and I would just invite you to have a look. If you Google Code of Conduct Food, you will come to the website and you will see what types of pledges they have made, where they are. There is a reporting obligation, and we have just finished a mapping report of the type of commitments of the different signatories, and it shows there already there is some progress going on, which is of course very hopeful. Then the actions at the level of consumers. There are many needed, but of course the Commission as such is not really in a position to do much here. We really need to try to get our message through via the member states, via local authorities, via research organizations, academics, etc. Because we need to rethink also the impact of food in line with the dietary changes. We would hope that indeed there is this consciousness, this growing consciousness, and we see it happening in lots of people, especially the youngsters, that a move towards a more plant-based diet is the good move, is healthy, not only for the body, but also for the planet, I would say. The sources of food may change because people are thinking and rethinking supply chains, so maybe shorter supply chains, local supply chains, sorry. Shouldn't talk so quickly, are better also in terms of environmental sustainability. We need to think about positivizing, if I can call it like that, our food environment. What does it mean? It is in fact the whole surroundings of how people, how consumers are influenced by the environment in which they live, in which they purchase their food, etc. So all this can amalgamate into the potential of creating sustainable public procurement. In our unit, we are working on that as well. It is not easy because, of course, you also need to rethink the whole system of public procurement because there is rules laid down. These rules may not necessarily cater for sustainable food procurement. But of course, I mean, okay, the exercise is ongoing and we are reflecting, we are negotiating, we are looking into the possibilities of indeed creating sustainable public procurement because the market that you can reach with that is huge. Food waste reduction awareness is of course ongoing, and I'm really pleased to see this little booklet on reusing bread, etc. I've taken a copy, if you don't mind, because I'm very interested in looking into all the possibilities, what you can do with bread. And indeed, bread is one of the most spoiled, wasted types of food products. Awareness raising, education, etc. I mean, all these are elements that we are trying to work on, that we are trying to create awareness about, and that everybody of us actually needs to take up and needs to reflect upon. Now, where are we? As mentioned, the 27 actions have not all yet materialized. Most of them have materialized in the primary sector. Here you see a list of a few of them. So the agricultural strategic plans have materialized. There is, of course, a contingency plan, and lots of work has been done in relation to food security, also, of course, in view of the war in Ukraine, etc. The EU Code of Conduct has materialized. We have new rules on the facilitation of marketing of plant protection products, and then specifically the biological active substances thereof, etc., etc. So there is, of course, some elements that have taken off. But there are also a lot of initiatives that are still ongoing or that are planned. So there is lots of work still going on behind the scene. You have all read the press, you all follow the press, I suppose, so you know that the framework legislation as such will not materialize before the next commission comes into place. Unfortunately, I would say, but that's my personal opinion. But work is still going on that. We have a lot of data already, but we are continuing collecting data, etc. And of course, all the other reports that come into the press, because 2 days ago, the European Environmental Agency published its report on the climate risks and the way in Europe is prepared towards mitigating these climate risks. I mean, it is very unhopeful, I would say. So, I mean, evidence is growing day after day that things need to change, that the food system, as part of the change that is needed, is also a very important element therein. Now, we are here to talk about the FOODRUS and the CoFresh projects and the food waste reduction that you are all aiming for and working hard on. So achieving resource efficiency is, of course, also a very important element of the Farm to Fork strategy. So you can see that lots of work is done in trying to reduce the overall production and consumption of food, because that is the first, let's say, the first entry point to make sure that there is less food waste. And also better use and revalorization or valorization of side streams, etc., is also very important therein. Now, the context is very wide. I mean, food loss and waste, they touch on almost every single policy within the EU currently. So it is not only the European Green Deal with its Farm to Fork strategy and biodiversity strategy, but there's also the bioeconomy strategy, the circular economy action plan, the climate law, the industry strategy. So there are so many strategies that all deal with circularity, with resource efficiency, etc., that it's really, it cannot be denied. And of course, the bigger overall global policy context is the SDG 12.3 in particular, where by 2030 we should have per capita the global food waste at retail and consumer levels. In that respect, the European Commission has taken an initiative, and luckily it was adopted in July last year, to set legally binding targets for food waste reduction. And you can see what we are aiming for. So we hope that by 10% food waste reduction will happen in processing and manufacturing, and by 30% per capita jointly in retail, restaurants, and food services and households. We, as Commission, we have put this forward. You can say, well, why not have, like the SDG, because this is our biggest goal, our overall goal. Of course, we would have wished to do so, but all types of impact assessments that have been done, all types of data that we have collected show that this is something which is achievable. The halving is unfortunately probably not achievable, especially at the pace at where we are now, but this should be achievable. Negotiations are currently going on in the Council and the European Parliament to see how far we can go, whether it can be really adopted, whether it can be put into law, and whether it can take effect. That's the most important part. So this is ongoing, and we are really hopeful that we can bring it to a positive end, let's say, before the next Commission. Now, turning to research and innovation, I already mentioned that, of course, this is extremely important in terms of feeding policymakers with information, with knowledge, with scientific evidence, etc. So you all know the Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe frameworks. There has also been the publication of the Food 2030 report, in which the food waste and resource efficient food systems is one of the 11 pathways. So there is a lot of focus on reduction of food waste. There's a lot of interlinkages also with other programs, but you can read it on the slide. So we really need you, I would say. So, but what is it exactly that we need to move more rapidly? Because research and innovation have always been part of the European Commission's work. The enablers for change are these. So it's a multi-stakeholder involvement. And from what I know, what I read from FOODRUS and CoFresh, I mean, there is indeed this multi-stakeholder involvement. We also need sound, harmonized, and transparent data and monitoring systems, as well as toolboxes. And we need improved technologies. All of this is actually what you have done. So congratulations for that. And what we as Commission expect nowadays is that indeed there is this sound, solid data collection, that we have this information, that we also need solution-driven research, which is fast, which gives us effective tools that are readily available to users. I know this is an ideal scenario because I've been a researcher myself and it doesn't always work like that. But we need to focus on knowledge and expertise, building skills at all levels, and have this multi-stakeholder approach. And I think that both the FOODRUS and the CoFresh project really tick the boxes and come forward with innovative solutions and collaborative efforts. So in conclusion, the Farm to Fork strategy has the objective to lay the foundations for a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system. But of course, I should say, coming from DG Santé, food safety remains non-negotiable. So that is still the first #1 priority for us. If it's not safe, it's not food. Even if it's so innovative, if it's so circular, if it's so whatever, if it's not safe, I mean, sorry, then it cannot be considered food and it will not be authorized on the EU market. Funding of research and innovation programs is a very powerful tool that helps implement our strategy. And we need the solid scientific data in order to make sound policy. And all stakeholders need to do their part. And therefore, I would really call upon you and also upon those online to stress the importance of public-private partnerships and to involve and get involved as private sector from the onset of research programs. Because it is only by piloting things and by doing things on the ground, having trial and error, that you learn, that you can take lessons, that you can draw lessons for the future. So focusing on a systematic approach, co-creation, all these new ways of working together, I would say, these will be very helpful and will be also very successful. So the shift in mindset is already happening. There is a lot of many bottom-up initiatives. So although the Farm to Fork Strategy 27 actions have not yet all materialized, I'm still very hopeful. And we see the change happening already on the ground. And the bottom-up approach is also extremely important. So it should, not everything should come from the European Commission, I would say. So far from that. So the bottom-up initiatives which are ongoing, they are even more worthwhile, I would say. With this, I would like to conclude, and I wish you a lot of success with the event today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Thank you so much, Isabel. I don't know if anybody has a question for Isabel, if that's okay with you. Yeah, sure. I think it's a great opportunity. It's not in the agenda, but any question in the room? No questions. So thank you very much, Isabel, again. I'm sure we're all very happy to listen that both projects, FOODRUS and CoFresh, tick all the boxes and tackle all these elements that you have presented to us. So thank you very much for confirming that. So now it's time to look at the first project, FOODRUS, our project. And I give the floor to Ainhoa Alonso, who is the coordinator. As I already said earlier, she comes from Deusto University in Bilbao, Universidad de Deusto. She is the director of Deusto Tech. She's the director of Deusto Tech, and she has been managing and coordinating related projects in the past. So also a lot of experience, and thank you again for wonderful work, for a very, very challenging project that also started during COVID era, and the beginning was not easy. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you, Vicky, Laura, for the organization of this joint event together with the CoFresh project. From FOODRUS project, we are very happy to present the main results of this project. We have been working during the last 3 years and a half, 29 partners from 6 European countries. We have been working together, fighting or trying to fight against food waste. And for this purpose, we have developed 12 eco-innovative solutions with more than 20 tools and methodologies that we have co-created, tested, and validated in 3 European food value systems, in Spain, in Slovakia, and in Denmark. The aim of these tools has been to promote the sustainability and to foster the implementation of cooperative models for prevention, reutilization, recovery, and valorization of food loss and waste, with special attention on perishable food products. For this purpose, a circular food data management system using information and communication technologies, in particular based on firmware and blockchain components, we have been able to provide efficient data to stakeholders in order to have tangible criteria and operational decision-making tools to holistically and cooperatively enhance the effectiveness of the deployed strategies. In other words, we have identified the main drivers behind food waste and loss. We have detected and quantified the origins of food loss and waste across 3 value chains in Europe. We have developed and deployed innovative solutions, more than 20 tools across the whole value chain, with the final objective of creating resilient local food systems to prevent food loss and the valorization of food waste in a better way according to the waste hierarchy. FOODRUS project has been governed by a digitalization process based on the implementation on the FOODRUS suite, which is a tool that compiles, integrates different solutions to cover the problem of food loss and waste generation in all the value chain, from primary production to household. For this purpose, we have developed specific solutions that cover specific problems along the value chain, but also we have developed some solutions to promote the cooperation and to find joint solutions to fight against food waste problem together. So the FOODRUS suite supposes, or it is an integral solution compiling different solutions, tools to solve food waste and loss generation problem, but it is also an innovative platform to collect, to retrieve, to manage, and to exploit food loss and waste related data to gain more knowledge about the problems behind food waste, to monitor the impact of potential food waste prevention solutions, to identify root causes behind the food waste problem, and to identify best practices for the replication and the transferability of the results of the project to other European regions. Here you can find the link to access to the FOODRUS platform through the use of this QR code. If you access, you probably only see open access tools, because for those private solutions that we are still discussing about the business exploitation model, it is not possible to access freely, let's say. So if you have interest in accessing to those tools, please contact us directly, and we will provide the users to access of the specific tools. The first set of tools that we have developed are focused on the problem of quantification and monitoring, the quantification of food loss and waste generation, and monitoring the impact of the prevention actions. For this purpose, we have developed three specific solutions. The first one is focused on the food supply chain. Following the guidelines provided by the European Delegated Decision, we have created a tool able to monitor the food waste generation patterns along the whole value chain using the NACE codes to assess the impact generated according to the economic activities of our food supply chains. Also, we used the ANSPED codes to evaluate the impact considering the specific characteristics of every food products. And we collect information about the edibility and the eatability, as well as the points where this food waste is generated and the current final destinations to make a good diagnosis about the problem itself. For the HoReCa sector and households for consumption level, we have developed a specific tool. It is a simplification of the previous one, but for the public in general. And apart from statistics about the generation patterns, we provide information about the environmental impact that could be avoided if we implement prevention actions to reduce it. At municipal level, just to guarantee to collect objective data to evaluate the real problem at municipal level, at consumption level, we have developed a specific tool to extract knowledge from the information about the urban waste characterization at municipal level, using a specific waste characterization matrix that we have developed at the beginning of the project. For this purpose, we have integrated also data coming from smart waste management systems, integrating data from smart containers, and also about the weight of waste generated using scales in the trucks. With this information and the waste characterization matrix, we are able to evaluate, to identify food waste generation patterns, not only at municipal level, but also at the street level, and considering the different separate collection circuits. I mean, we are able to identify the problem at industrial level, at HoReCa level, but also at household level. These three tools have been completed by the integration of a sustainability index that we have defined in the framework of the project to measure the efficiency of the current urban waste management systems. With this index, we are able to evaluate the situation according to the waste hierarchy established in the waste directive. Using also this index by the development of a specific module, we are able to evaluate potential what-if scenarios to assess the possible benefits if we add some changes in our waste management systems. So by the simulation of these potential scenarios and the recalculation of the sustainability index, we are able to measure the potential improvements in terms of waste management according to the waste hierarchy. At household level, we have complemented the app with some recommendations to reduce food waste depending on the causes identified by the consumer. And we have also developed an additional tool, the Cook app, with some receipts that have been collected thanks to the cooperation of the different partners of the project, with the aim to promote local and seasonal products in order to reduce food waste along the value chain. Finally, we have to say that these tools allow to us to quantify and monitor the impact, but also to collect information about food waste generation along the whole value chain. All this information is integrated in the platform, and with this information, we are able to calculate specific KPIs, specific indicators, to measure the impact of the food loss and waste prevention actions from an holistical point of view, because all these actions are happening together, so they have a synergetic effect over the whole value system. In order to facilitate the building capacity activities in the project, and in order to teach more about the problem of food loss and waste, and to evaluate or to assess potential solutions to prevent, to reduce it, we have also developed an e-learning platform where all the materials, all the contents have been co-created thanks to the collaboration of all the partners of the project. So you can find here specific materials to improve the behavior of the value chain. for the different actors, not only for food supply chain actors, but also for public administrations and also for consumers in general. Once we know about the problem of food waste generation patterns, and we have the tools to monitor the impact, no, in terms, or when we are thinking of implementing food loss and waste prevention action, we need also some methodologies or tools to plan and monitor the impact of these actions. So for this purpose, we have developed a specific tool, which is called the Social Action Module, which aim is to facilitate the process of planning of the actions, in our case, in the 3 pilots, but also to monitor the impact along the execution of the different actions developed in the project. At the end of the project, the 3 pilots have identified those practices that they consider as good practices or best practices, and all this information is open in our platform, in the public dashboard, in order to facilitate the replicability and the transferability of the results to other regions. So the previous tools, or the aim of the previous tools, was to gain knowledge about the problem, to make the reliable information, to make a good diagnosis of the problem at the supply chain level. But the FOODRUS suite also integrates some specific solutions to solve the problem of food waste prevention. The first solution is a cooperative solution to assist the certification process. During the project, we have also developed a specific methodology to certify, or for the certification, for the food loss and waste certification of those companies that are implementing prevention actions. This is an environmental management system, but specifically for the problem of food loss and waste. To assist this process, we have developed a specific tool, which is the blockchain certification tool, because it is based on the use of blockchain technologies. And the aim of this tool is twofold. We can say that we have 2 specific modules. The first one is to certificate the traceability and the transparency of the process certification, the certification process itself, okay? This is based on blockchain. And the second part is to assist the process itself, validating the fulfillment of the different criteria that have been set to guarantee that the companies are implementing effective food loss and waste prevention actions. In the supply chain, we have also developed 3 specific tools for 3 problems which cause direct impact over food waste generation. We have developed a stock optimization tool, a product demand forecasting tool, and a cold chain traceability tool. All these tools will be explained later by the 3 pilots, explaining the main results. But I wanted to highlight that the innovation of these solutions is that we are integrating all the information along the whole value chain, sharing this data among all the actors involved. So they have a knowledge about the behavior of the product along the value chain, and we are able to detect, to define from alarm systems and mechanisms, no, to identify the impact, for example, of the cold chain traceability in the final life of the product, the impact in terms of date marking, for example, to make the best decisions in order to manage these products before becoming waste. At municipal level, we have implemented a pay-as-you-throw system, an innovative pay-as-you-throw system, because we are not only considering the waste separate collection, fractions, to define a variable part of the task, but also we integrate the possibility to incentivize the companies or those companies that are implementing prevention actions. So we are able to incorporate in the algorithms to calculate the variable part of the task those actions that are focused not to prevent food waste, not only to good separation of waste for a better management, but also to act before at prevention level. In this case, we collect the data using a smart waste management system based on containers and scales in the trucks, and we integrate this information in a decision-making tool to calculate the task, to incorporate these incentives that have been defined by the municipality, by the public administration, and we guarantee also the transparency of the data using the blockchain, the transparency of the smart contracts for the implementation of 3 specific taxes, one per circuit or per generator, for industries, for HoReCa sector, and also for consumers. Finally, as we have all this information about the value chain, we decided to show this, all this data in a transparent way, in an exercise of transparency to the consumers with the product traceability tool. Using a simple mechanism based on QR codes, the consumer can visualize the most relevant information about the food waste prevention actions that have been implemented in the whole supply chain of a specific product. We saw information about the actions that are under implementation to prevent food waste, but also information about the impact, the avoided impact in terms of environmental impact. Finally, as I explained before, FOODRUS Suite is not only a tool integrating these solutions to access specific solutions, but also is an innovation platform to collect and manage all food loss and waste related data. So with all the information coming from the different tools, we are able to evaluate the effectiveness of the whole system by the calculation of specific KPIs that were defined at the beginning of the project. So we are able to measure the impact before the implementation of the actions, the baseline, we can say the baseline, and after the implementation of the actions. For this purpose, we define a set of indicators to evaluate the impact in terms of technical, environmental, economical, and social perspectives. All this information is automatically collected, is digitalized, and updated in real time, so the KPIs are updated continuously. This information, properly anonymized, is published for the general public in an open dashboard that is accessible using the previous QR in the slide. So with all this information, we are able to make a proper diagnosis about food loss and waste generation patterns, assessing the main causes, the hotspots where they are generated. We are able to assess the problem per stage, per value chain, at different levels, at regional level, at municipal level, at supply chain levels. It is also a tool to benchmark the impact, to compare the impact among different supply chains, considering different actions, comparing stages, comparing products, because we have established a standardized way to collect all this data, so this data is comparable. And we are able to make comparison and statistics to provide also this information to gain more knowledge about the problem for the scientific community, for example, through the of facilitating the access of open data through the platform. So, in conclusion, we can say we are happy because our objective was to deploy the suite. We know that it is a good opportunity for information and communication technologies to improve the problem of food loss and waste. But after the implementation of the project, we are happy because we have achieved the main goal of the project, validating this suite. And we can confirm that this suite is an opportunity because of three main reasons. It's an opportunity to gain knowledge because we have integrated a lot of information about food waste problem, so we can improve specific problems in the value chain, but we can also implement cooperative solutions, joint solutions to solve the problem from an integral perspective, knowing the problem and the impact of the different actions in the whole value chain, not independently. And also it's an opportunity for transparency, providing reliable information, reliable data about the impact of the different activities implemented to prevent food waste in order to create more awareness and to empower the citizenship in general. And this is more or less the summary of the project, but now the pilots and the associated regions will explain better than me the results obtained, just to have a global overview of the different solutions that have been implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ainhoa. We are perfectly on time, so maybe if there are a couple of questions in the room, don't be shy. Yes, please, Isabel.
If I may, thank you so much for the very nice presentation and very impressive, I must say. I'm just wondering to what extent the tools that you have developed, are they already readily available for retail, for instance, or for the industry or for consumers to use? Thank you.
Then are open, are accessible through the platform. But there are some solutions that we are still discussing about the ownership and the business exploitation model as part of the final part of this kind of projects. But our intention is to make them, when possible, open access to guarantee the benefits of this tool for all the actors in the value chains.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. My name is Astrid Severin. I'm a thematic expert for Greener Europe at the Interreg Europe Policy Learning Platform. And we have a lot of interest from the regions and municipalities on, of course, how to reduce food waste, food loss, etc. So my question was a little bit in the same direction. Is there a possibility to give access, for example, to municipalities to use the tools to understand, diagnose first the problem better, and so on?
Yeah. Yes, we have some open materials to use some of the tools in the webpage of the project, also in the Zenodo community with where you can access to the different results of the project. Through the QR codes, you can access to the open access tools. But if you are interested in some specific solutions, you can contact directly to provide you some users and to test the solutions.
Maybe you can present a FOODRUS project and we organize something with
yeah, sure.
The platform, and Astrid and Simon is also working on that. So
yes, we can organize some training sessions also to use the tools. Okay.
I'm sure they'll have good ideas. Any other question for Ainhoa? Okay, so thank you very much, Ainhoa, and again, congratulations. So now is the turn of the Basque Culinary Center, Cinta Lomba Fernandez. I didn't see you. So Cinta has a PhD on applied engineering, and she's the director of the Sustainable Department of the Basque Culinary Center Innovation. And she's been working on how to improve the sustainability of the food systems by making all the stakeholders participate, so via participatory approaches. So you're going to be talking on the co-creation methodology in our project FOODRUS. Please, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the introduction, Vicky. Well, hi everyone. Well, I'm Cinta Lomba from BCC Innovation, and I'm responsible for the sustainability area in BCC Innovation. And yes, I'm going to talk about, sorry, can you hear me now? Yes? So I'm going to talk about the co-creation methodologies in general in European projects, but specifically in our experience in FOODRUS. So there is a mistake here. We are 29 partners, not 27 partners, but this is the picture of the consortium of FOODRUS. So if 27 partners is challenging, 29 partners is even more challenge. No, and if we look back, this project started in 2020. So 2020 was the year of the pandemic. So if we are talking about 29 partners working together in a project that was born with a collaborative approach, that was quite challenging. I know I says yes, it was very challenging. So, well, this is the beginning, no, of the project, but we are here now, and we will talk about what happened. So Ainhoa has introduced already the objectives of the project, but I just want to bring your attention to some points of this definition. The objective of FOODRUS is enhance the resilience and the sustainability of local and regional European food systems, and to promote, at the end, the solutions will promote the sustainable and cooperative models. So there are some nice words here, like resilience, sustainability, sustainable and cooperative models that calls itself for collaboration. We cannot reach resilience, sustainability, or however, without all the stakeholders, without the active involvement of all the stakeholders. So that's why we are talking about co-creation methodologies and collaborative models here today. So what is co-creation? Because many of us probably, we have heard about co-creation, co-design, co-production, collaboration, cooperation, no, that are very well related terms, but are not exactly the same. This is not an academic definition. I must say this is a definition just for us, but I think that is very descriptive. So to me, and this is what I want to share with you, co-creation is a collaborative process. So collaborative, we need to collaborate to be active, where stakeholders come together to jointly address challenges, create value, solutions, outcomes, and it involves active participation, shared responsibility, mutual exchange of knowledge, ideas, resources among all involved parties. So it's quite generous. No, generosity is a lot here when we are when we want to share, to at the end is to grow. No, this is something to grow. And to me, I like this picture. To me, something like is stimulating co-creation always, but it's also very challenging. No, it's not easy. So with this in mind, let's start. Why we have to use co-creation methodologies in European projects? Which are the needs or the benefits for co-creation approaches in this kind of projects? Well, I give you here some reasons. Some of them have been said already by Isabel and for Ainhoa. But if we want to analyze or to describe or to study the food sector with a systemic approach, we need to involve all the stakeholders. And then a multi-actor approach is required. In the FOODRUS system, This system approach is applied because we go from the production to the consumption in the several pilots, along three different pilots in 3 different countries. So in this sense, the use of co-creation methodologies is worthy in this project, and is required, actually. And co-creation methodologies help to create a common vision. From the beginning, we have to work together, 29 partners with different interests, different perspectives, different ideas, different cultures, different everything to reach a common goal. So this creation of a common vision, this aligning of sensibilities is needed to reach a successful ending. Co-creation methodologies also help to create a mutual value. I say we grow because we grow together, because we learn from each other, we understand each other, and this is very important. And this helps to identify solutions, because we complement also each other. Your knowledge with my knowledge is a sum of knowledges. So it helps to create better solutions and to reach these common sustainability objectives. Also, these co-creation methodologies help in this very difficult issue that is the active involvement of all the stakeholders, because they help to create this sense of belonging somehow. I have a voice. I have the opportunity to explain what I need. I have the opportunity to test and to say what if it works or not for me. And this is very interesting. And also, it drives to a better acceptance of the solutions, because the end users are part of the process. So it's somehow a user-centered approach, more or less, because yeah, I am part of the design and of the co-creation of the solution. So it's something that matters at the end. And another reasons because the use of co-creation methodologies is worth in this kind of projects is because open innovation strengthens the innovation capacity. If we have a lot of minds, brilliant minds working together to reach the same objective, this something leads to magic moments, no? Where people are more creative, and we go, all of us, to reach this kind of solution. And also, these kind of methodologies allow and enable the use of the integration of these bottom-up approaches. No, is the way to involve of these citizen strategies, all these staff-promoted ideas, etc. So, and there is one reason that is very, very important to me when we talk about sustainability, resilience, food loss, etc. The contextual factors are really important. I mean, maybe at the strategy level we are more or less standard, but when we go to the action level, these contextual factors can drive or can hinder all the solutions. So we have to be reminded that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. No, if we think about climate change, adaptation, or whatever, contextual factors are really important. It doesn't work the same solution or the same kind of activities in the Spanish context and in the Danish context and in the Slovakian context. So this must be taken into account. And also, we can find what we have learned is that there is a better match between the needs and the solutions, because the users and the needs are, since the beginning, in the co-creation part. So we are not developing somehow knowledge because I'm interested in this issue and I'm going to learn a lot and I'm going to say, no, you think this is a real problem, so I'm going to see what happens, which is the problem, and then once I understood the problem, I describe and I deploy the solution. And these kind of methodologies also help to create synergies among the different agents. Not only the ones that are part of the consortium, but also all the stakeholders that somehow are participating in all these 4-year projects in this case. And finally, help to generate and to increase awareness about the issues that we are talking about. In this case, the food loss and waste. That it's very important. And well, this is the big picture that is common for all the. I always like to start with this positive view of the co-creation. So, as you can imagine, these benefits are real, but is at the same time is very challenging. So we need to know how can we apply this kind of co-creation methodologies in a real project and with real people, not only on the paper. So I'm going to share with you some methods and approaches that I might say that is not just for the learning of FOODRUS. I mean, it's not just what we have applied in the project, but Monica will talk in the afternoon about the sister project. So in the sister projects, that is Work Package 5, we created a working group that is the co-creation methodologies working group. So we have been discussing all the good practices, the lessons learned, and also our concerns and difficulties that were many in the project. So it's not just the FOODRUS, but also is shared with all the sister projects. So co-creation in the context of FOODRUS has an internal dimension, that is how all the project partners have worked together during these 4 years using co-creation methodologies. And in this case, the main issues that we co-created were the solutions. No? There was an idea, we had an objectives and so on in the proposal, but the solutions were co-created among all the partners. We also co-created the KPIs, and it was, Manuel is here, an interesting process because if KPIs are always a little bit tough, co-creating KPIs is difficult because, as you can imagine, we have to share the same KPIs, but with these contextual factors and so on. So it was not easy, but interesting. We did it. And we also, well, these are the main things that we co-created: the co-creation and co-definition of the citizen science activities. I know I said that this project has 23 solutions. We have tested 23 solutions, and some of these solutions are 9 citizen science activities that I will explain later. But also this universe expands when we interact with the rest of the stakeholders in the whole food value chain. I know that there are not all the stakeholders that participated, but this is more or less the big picture. The university canteens with the staff and the students, NGOs, citizenry in general, households in many pilots, bakeries, restaurants, supermarkets, companies and companies staff, not just the management, chefs, schools, collectivities, farmers, waste, companies for waste management, many of them. So it has an internal dimension for co-creation, but also has this external dimension for co-creation as well. We adopted in this process of co-creation, the Living Lab approach. So we created in the project 3 Living Labs. Living Labs are open innovation systems. That means that we are going to test in a real context the different solutions. And Living Labs promote this integration and involvement and need the involvement of all the stakeholders. So in this sense, Living Labs in this project constitute places, real places, for people to collaborate and test these new products and services that we are creating in the project, and that should be relevant for them because they are supposed to be the end users and consumers. And why this approach is interesting for this kind of projects? Because if we are talking about developing solutions for people, for real problems, and some of them that can be commercial solutions or that can generate these cooperative models or whatever, this approach minimizes the risk of market failure in the case that we want to generate some value or market value for one of the solutions of the project. So this approach, we consider that is interesting for this kind of project. It was interesting in the case of the FOODRUS, and well, some of the activities that we conducted in these 3 Living Labs that were created in the project were the focus group methods. That is useful for Living Labs. It's a direct way to obtain information on the different stakeholders. So we use focus group in with different kind of stakeholders. We did it inside of with the partners of the project, but also with citizenry and with the companies and with other groups of interest. Testing, the design of experiments for testing the solutions, and for example, to create with the families for testing the solution of measure the waste and so on during a period of time. That is one of the citizen science activities. And turning citizens into partners. This is one way of involving them actively as they become part of the project, and paneling at the end to create like a panel of experts, being the experts, these stakeholders that are part of the Living Lab. So the Living Labs in the context of FOODRUS are not the pilots itself, but one part of the pilot. For example, in the case of the Spanish pilot that involves the production from the consumption, the Living Lab was the municipality of Zamudio. That is a municipality in the Basque Country, and the Living Labs activities were related with some of the solutions. For example, to test with 10 families during 1 month to monitor the food waste, or to test the paid, or to do some activities in the municipality. In the case of the Danish pilot that involves other activities, the Living Lab was focused on the canteen, the testing and doing some experiments and collecting information from the students, for the staff, etc. And in the case of the Danish pilot, that is focused on the families. The Slovak pilot, sorry, Marietta. And well, this is our Living Lab approach. Moreover, we use other kind of co-creation methods, and these are three examples. For example, we use surveys. In this project, a lot of surveys have been conducted in all the pilots. In the Spanish pilot, in the Danish, in the Slovakian pilot, for different with different objectives. But in this case, and related with this, to catch these contextual factors, we decided to conduct surveys in the three different pilots to identify these key messages related to sustainability and the food, to integrate this information in the social actions, in the definition of the social actions, with the objective of creating clear messages and actions that will be relevant for the people specific of each pilot. So, for example, we asked them about for you, sustainability in food is related to tasty, fresh, local, or whatever. And we find differences among among all the regions. So this was very interesting. We also created many working groups, and for example, I know I talked before about this co-creation of the e-learning materials. So all the partners working together in these working groups to co-create e-learning materials that were user-friendly and relevant for the target audience. So this was very interesting. And also, we created focus group to identify the way of integrating this gender dimension in all the solutions of the project. And in this sense, this is part of one of the citizen science activities, that is citizen science number 3, different meetings with women with different characteristics were carried out, and we developed a methodology that was replicated in the Slovak pilot, replicated and adapted in the Slovak pilot. And well, this is, we developed it in the project also, and it's part of is described in deliverable 2.3, this methodology for developing the citizen science activities. So the project has identified 4 main strategies for avoiding food loss and waste. No? The food donation and awareness campaign, the healthy and sustainable diets promotion, the zero waste revalorization, and zero waste reduction. So all the actions and activities that are being carried out in the different pilots are related somehow, or are contributing somehow to these big main strategies. So we have these strategies, and we have these 9 citizen science activities that goes from involving families, to involving specifically women, to co-create the solutions of the project, or to work with, for example, develop a methodology for improving the diets. And this methodology, this is a co-created methodology, but at the same time, it's the co-creation of the co-creation. No? It describes this in these steps to reach a successful involvement of all the stakeholders. So, and this is a learning also of this working group with all the people of the sister projects. First, if you want to develop citizen science activities, if you want to involve people, you have to design very well your strategy and design and have a plan. Improvisation is not a good company when we want to involve a lot of people. So design, set the objectives, clear objectives, and do a stakeholder mapping. Who is going to work with me in this to reach this objective? 2, the stakeholder recruitment. This is a pain point. It's very difficult. Once we have all the stakeholders, we know them, we want them, but how do we reach them? And how do we engage them? So stakeholders recruitment, you have to develop strategies, and the strategies has to be, so these key messages are really relevant, has to be relevant for them. Why this matters to me, what I'm going to get if I participate. Stakeholder training is if I have an objective and it's clear and I want something from you, I have to explain very well what I want, and I have to give you the tools, no, to reach this information. So this part is very important if we want to obtain good quality results. The data collection, and finally, the analysis and the feedback. Well, it's clear. One of the good practices in the case of the FOODRUS was the development of a social program for each of the pilots to involve the stakeholders during all the project. One of the main concerns that when we talk about collaborative process and in European projects that are long-term projects, it's like 4 years is a lot of time. And we want the stakeholders there, and we are going to go time to time. Come on, don't forget me, I'm going to need this in 2 months, I will come back in 6 months. So we need something to keep them and to keep the interest. So in this case, in the case of the FOODRUS, we designed a social program for each of the pilots. We started with an Excel file with the definition of some actions that were co-created with them, with some ideas that were discussed, and then we started to use the social action module. So in the social action module, all the activities that are being developed to reach these 4 main strategies are described in the social action module. And this was quite difficult because it was in the pandemic, and I think that this point is very important. And we were worried about other things, but I think it's a very good idea to have a social program that specifically addresses the interest of each of the pilots. And well, this is how the social action module looks like, and all these activities are described and can be an inspiration, no, for others. If I want to conduct something similar, maybe I can get an inspiration here and adapt it to my reality. That's very important. And other good practices, this was in the case of the Slovakian pilot. I don't remember the word. Well, they conducted somehow a survey where people can provide their own recipes. So the book, The Recipes, is co-created with a lot of Slovakian citizens that have provided the knowledge, because all of us, we have knowledge, to avoid food waste. No? And well, I can say more examples. In the case of the Spanish pilot, we conducted, for example, we were working with a school in Zamudio, in the pilot of Zamudio, and with this school. Okay, with this school we had training, we developed a recipe with best practices for healthy diet, we had the training with the staff and also with the mothers and parents in the school, and it was very, very interesting. And another good practice that we have learned in this way to include all the people and maintain this interest is, for example, to align the activities with and give the people some kind of gift or whatever. No, what I get, okay, I go, but what I get information, Sometimes I get some work and what I get. And we describe it, we are talking about food. For most of the people, food is also pleasure. So organizing cooking shows and whatever is a good option. And to develop the activities in the context of other events and social fairs or whatever, I give the sample here of Zamudio, that they have an annual fair, and they distributed 500 guides of this guide developed in the municipality. So it's relevant for them. And very important, the communication and recruitment. No? I said before that recruitment of stakeholders was something difficult. So one of the ideas was to use different channels: web pages, social media, WhatsApp, in-person meetings, workshops, surveys online, telephone, whatever you imagine, whatever you need, just do it. And I started with this positive view. I say at the beginning, the benefits, but I said that it's also very challenging, the use of co-creation methodologies. So in the first place, stakeholder recruitment and engagement. These long-term projects have this challenge of maintaining people during 4 years, working for and with us, sometimes with no any gift or whatever, no? So it's important. Co-creation methodologies are very nice, are to me like it's a very good experience, but are very time consuming. Requires the design, the preparation with clear objectives, well-defined actions, and this is very time consuming. Co-creation is not familiar to all the stakeholders. You go to a farmer and you talk him or her about co-creation, and sometimes they look at you like, what are you talking about? So it's very important to explain very well their role in the process, why I'm participating here, no? Why I'm important here. You are important, but why? So be very clear. What do I want to get? What can be modified, what not, what can be taken into account, what, okay, it's very interesting, but this is not relevant in this case, no? And it's difficult to build a common language, very difficult. It's difficult even for us that are researchers and are more or less all of us in the same. And when we are talking about involving many stakeholders of different sectors and so on, it's difficult to build a common language. So training materials, be flexible, be adaptable. No, it's not, I want to do this. Well, learn of them also, and use complementary methods to gather all data. If you are not able at the first time, just get what you want, and then you try again. And another issue is that we have different interests and priorities. So this is a difficulty when we want to reach a common goal, and it's very hard sometimes to reach consensus. No, we have to be flexible in this sense also. And it can be power imbalance among the stakeholders, so this happens in real life. So we have to take care of this, so give all their voice, their relevance, and definition of the follow-up steps and side responsibilities. I said that is shared responsibility. I said at the beginning, and it's time-consuming, but also has coordination cost. The co-creation methodologies requires resources, and this is an important point, that there is a lack sometimes of trust in sharing information, and there is still silo thinking. No, maybe more in companies, but there is still some silo thinking that I don't want to share my information, so I talk about to be generous at the beginning, and if we are talking about creating knowledge, is a very important point. And the monitoring and impact assessment of the co-creation methodologies is still challenging. No? It's difficult nowadays to validate or to get feedback of this. And just to finish, a few conclusions. Positive view. So co-creation methodologies enhance open innovation and are worthy for this kind of projects to create more relevant projects. It's helpful for this multi-stakeholder approach. Take into account the context, contextual factors. The context matters a lot. So if we think about co-creating, please take this into account. Co-creation leads to a more relevant and impactful results for the people, for the end users, and help to align visions and create synergies among all the stakeholders. And this is important. Communication and facilitation is very important. We need to communicate continuously. And, well, finally, that is challenging, that we have different interests and all the challenges that I said before. So we are going to stay just with a positive view. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cinta. We like the positive attitude. So we are perfectly on, don't go, maybe there are questions. We are perfectly on time, so maybe we have some questions before going for lunch for Cinta. Positive questions? Negative? No questions? I also have one. I'm curious to know which one of the stakeholders groups would you say was the most active, the more active?
Okay. The more active, you say?
Yeah, more participative.
More participative. Well, I think that, well, this is a difficult question because I want, I mean, everyone at the beginning, everyone say, okay, but this is for what? No, if we talk not only, I'm meaning the stakeholders, not the consortium partners, okay? But I will say that the families are quite engaged, yeah, and also the women. The women of with the focus group to create this narrative, to include the gender dimension. It's well, the students, yeah, not really. The students, yeah, the students. I mean, they like at the beginning because and I say about my experience with other projects and so on. If they think that it's time consuming, they don't see like the the reward is somehow what I get with this. And that is like a long term, and that you are going to ask, okay, will we be back in 6 months' time? So we have to do something there.
Maybe a reward. Maybe European projects need to include, well, there were some prizes in FOODRUS. Please.
Hello, I'm Mihai Pera. I'm the project officer for FOODRUS. And I have a question related to the legacy, perhaps, of these 3 living labs on which you gave the presentation. Did you envisage, or perhaps there is any plan to certify any of the living labs in the with all, for instance, and to give later on, perhaps when it's taken over by other projects, if taken over by any other projects, any lighthouse, out of these living labs to highlight any practices, any services ready for the market?
Well, specifically on these living labs in the project, the idea, to my knowledge, is that with the finish of the project, I don't know if they are going to continue doing something or whatever, but the idea is that with the project, I mean, they have the experience, the tools, and if they want to go on and to develop more things, they will do. But I don't know if you, I know about if they want to continue with something or.
Most of the results about the living labs are public in the corresponding deliverables, reports, also through the social action module. So our objective was to transfer the knowledge again about the procedure to be replicated easily following the guidelines and the materials. So they are, I think that most of them are public, no? Deliverable 2.3 is public, is in the, yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot.
And we know that there are some projects interested to use the social action module, and not only for food waste actions, but any kind of awareness actions, for example, for lighthouse projects or this kind of projects. So it's an interesting tool that can be adapted for other purposes, and it's
They might emerge.
yeah.
Any of these living labs out of the three. Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think there were no more questions, so thank you again, Cinta, and congratulations. Okay, so now it's time for lunch. We have lunch outside, but before that, please join us for a picture, a group picture. Everybody is welcome. We'll do it outside, and we will need to follow James. I believe he's our photographer today. And what else? So we continue at 1:30. This afternoon, we will be looking at the three pilots, so the Danish, the Slovakian, and the Spanish pilots, and the solutions that they have developed in FOODRUS. We will be also looking to the associated regions of FOODRUS and the challenges of the replication, very important, this aspect as well. And we will have also, again, European Commission, colleague from Isabel, Cristina, will be here to look into the future innovations for food systems. So please stay with us and enjoy lunch, mingle, network, talk, and see you back at 1:30, and let's go for the picture. Thank you. Piero, yeah. We're gonna watch the videos now. Here is written for Alas Laura. Yeah. No. Please, let's start. Laura, ¿primero son los vídeos o cada presentación un vídeo?
Cada presentación un vídeo.
¿Presentar a Marian o no? Vale, que pone en tu papel pone primero los vídeos. Bueno, da igual. Ya, vale. Ok. So welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoy the lunch. And we go straight into the 3 pilots and the solutions, and you will be also looking at the animated videos that we have to explain the pilots. And we are going to start with the Danish pilot. So I am going to ask Marianne Thompson to come to the floor from the University of Copenhagen. And Marianne is a researcher specialized on integrated sustainable models. And you have the honor to present the Danish pilot working on meat and fish food chain. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the nice presentation. Me.
So I think first is
First is
the video, so we'll get that started.
Did you know that 1/3 of the food we produce never gets eaten? The EU-funded FOODRUS project is developing solutions that prevent food losses and waste to help create more resilient food systems in Europe. Partners in Denmark have tested solutions with local food suppliers and food service companies, focusing on meat and fish products. Buffet dishes and food waste bins are placed on IoT scales, delivering real-time data on food preferences. Data from the scales help chefs to plan menus and prevent food waste. Food service company Horkrum have implemented a section in their web shop where they sell surplus food that have exceeded the internal selling date. Surplus food selling equals avoided food waste. Canteen guests are influenced by nudging tools designed for food waste reduction. The design of nudges and their effectiveness may be verified using the IoT scales. Visit our website to learn more about the FOODRUS solutions.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, now you know all about the Danish pilot. Okay, so I will go a little bit more into deep. Yeah, as you were just presented to, we have 2 main solutions here, which is the web shop that was implemented at our wholesale partner here, Hørkram. And then we have Jesper's Torv Kitchen here, and these are our business-to-business, how do you say, co-creation partners in the Danish pilot. And this is a very complicated system because we not only want to reduce surplus food from Hørkram to their downstream suppliers, so Jesper's Torvkøkkener is only one of 10,000 downstream customers, but what we also want to do here is to change the composition of the menus in the university canteens operated by Jesper's Torv Kitchen. And for this purpose, we have run a lot of different types of nudging interventions and surveys with industries, with the users of the canteen, and with the business ecosystem outside, also FOODRUS. So we have had these 8 webinars where we have shared our baseline and discussed with other actors to have the shared knowledge, as was told earlier today. So when you share one idea, you both have two ideas, as you know. While if you share an apple, you have half an apple each. So, yeah. So our mission is to do two things. Move towards a more plant-based diet and reduce the surplus food, because as we know, surplus food is something we cannot avoid in a HoReCa sector, but surplus food can be spoiled and become waste. So we want to, and what we have worked with and what I will tell you about, we have achieved, how our achievements here is transitioning to more plant-based diets, working with maximizing the close to last expiry, also date in the general public, and inside of our pilot, we refer to an internal selling date at Hørkram that we have worked with, how to bypass that, and that is the web shop, the Fighting Food Waste web shop that has done that. And then we have worked with monitoring, also reuse and redistribution, and lastly food upcycling. So if we start with the wholesale sector here, we have at Hørkram and Jespers, we have looked at the baseline, and we have looked at how to close the loop, and we have looked at different circular business expansion models, focusing on waste prevention, intervention, and replication. So here at Hørkram, what you see here is the red, coral red boxes are the baseline of the state of art, and here you can see that in the state of art in Denmark, food waste goes to biogas plants for combined bioenergy and fertilizer production that is returned to the agricultural sector. The green boxes here is our business expansion solutions. So we have the web shop in the top, and then we have an employee shop to the left. So these are the two solutions I will present on behalf of the Danish partners today. What you see here is also a huge work on around 40,000 food items that is here grouped into on-spec families. So here you can see what are the orders distributed between bread, bakery, dairy, fresh food and vegetables, meat and fish, and other. These other can be long shelf life and also perishable food items, but convenience items mostly down here. So what you can see is the orders, then you can see the surplus at risk of becoming food waste, and then you see how big a percentage of the total orders that are representing the surplus, so the stocks at Jespers at Hørkram, sorry. Up here you see, again according to food families, the amounts ordered, and downstairs you see the amounts that are surplus, and you can see that the numbers here are 1% of up here, so the orders are lower. And then you can see in the last years we have the reuse visualized by the web shop and the employee shop. So what we can see here, and that is also relating to our methodology, but we cannot present everything in detail, but what you can see here is we have looked not only at surplus in percentage of input, but over here you see how much is upcycled and downcycled, not according to input, but according to surplus. So surplus is probably the most best estimate of what is reported in the baseline to Eurostat as food waste generation, right? So what we can see here that we have achieved is that we have moved from zero, you can see all the red ones are zero upcycling. So this is our efforts in making food stay food grade. And what you can see down here in the total, in the very end, that we have moved to, 70% upcycling. And therefore you see that there's still 83% going downcycled. So just one message here. If we want to fight food waste, it's very important, in my opinion, to measure the value chains that are the reason for the food waste reduction And this is what we have done here in a super transparent way. So next is Jespers Torvkøkkener. It's a little bit more complicated here. We have around 70 canteens operated, and we have had several activities during these 3 years, social and technical activities. And here you see some pictures from Jespers Torvkøkkener's educational programs for their chefs. So they have Nourish the Brain. I think they have a very nice program for skills development and educational support for their employees. But also we have worked with students and civil society, inviting them in for co-creation and zero waste cooking activities here. And here you see a real picture of this iCloud weighting system, where we have these iCloud-based weightings, where you can have one menu on each of those, and it monitors through the day what people prefer, so what is taken, how much is left, and in that way it's easier to minimize surplus and to match what you serve according to the customer flow during the day. And we also measured kitchen waste, so we call it production waste, and we measured plate waste. And then we have had several papers and surveys on behavioral aspects, because it's super important to increase awareness of all actors along the food supply chain, from producers to consumers. Yeah. And there are several papers on the last slide if you want to read into deep about this, but it is really about monitoring what is behind people's actions here. So I don't think I have time to go into deep, so I will go a little bit further. But what we could see is that people actually notice when we have these notching interventions, and there's a little bit difference in whether people notice posters or messages, and the one who noticed the messages seems also to be the one mostly with the highest awareness. Here you see a visualization of Jespers Torvkøkkener's, the canteens. So you can see they have supply from Hørgram, and then we have here a preparation. So we have the production kitchen, we have the buffets with the iCloud system, and we have the users. And we still have also the baseline down here with the biogas. So today I can only present to you the results of reuse. Unfortunately, we are almost there, but it's still not fully covering all of our solutions. So in addition to reuse in the buffet, we also have last mile solutions. So Jespers Torvkøkkener is selling the day after to go solutions for customers, and they are selling last quarter offers, and they are collaborating with Too Good To Go. You probably know that company. So for that reason, what you see next is not the full picture. Here we see 3 canteens, and again here we only see surplus. So you haven't got a clue how big is the amount of food waste here. But what you can see is that there's some kind of relationship that illustrates how important it is to be aware. So the green ones here are the buffet waste, which is a hotspot. I left out the plate waste because where it's measured, it's below 5%. So it contributes next to nothing. The red one is production waste from the kitchen. And in one of the canteens over here, we also have this reuse and monitoring of reuse. So you can see that if you look at the 23 here in the meat-based and also for the plant-based dishes, that being more redundant, having several solutions like here, for example, also reuse, can actually reduce almost half of the surplus in the buffet, depending on how you design it. So these 2 canteens did not monitor yet the reuse, so we don't have data from there. But the picture is like this. You know that, or maybe you don't know, but we have had a huge reduction in meat servings in the canteens and in Denmark in general these years. What you can see for the 3 canteens is if there's a smiley here with a minus, then a negative number is good. if there's a smiley, and there's smileys all the way, this is how I decided to put it. A plus down here is what we are happy for. So what you can see is that it seems like the Danes are really, or the customers are adapting to the plant-based so much that it's difficult to follow up with serving less meat. So we have positive numbers here. You can see in the surplus here, but for all of the plant-based, also here we have, and here we have a little minus, but the big minuses are here for the plant-based. So here we have more sellings, and we have, the chef has really been able to reduce the amount of surplus. So you can see from 21 to 22, there's 10% reduction, and from 21 to 23, the whole period is 3 times as much, 32% reduction. And for the same reason, these numbers are not linear, right? So for the same reason, if you have less surplus, of course, there's less surplus to reuse. So that's why the number here is less than in the first period, where we have a bigger amount and a lesser reduction in surplus. So these are the type of patterns that this iCloud cloud-based system gives you at a very aggregated level. Of course, preferences and from the users of the canteens are the most important. And it's also an acknowledgement of the success of actually producing plant-based food that people like. Here you have the total. So you can see total food waste prevention is around minus, surplus is from 19 to 22%. And that's close to the 30. So, and we didn't include all of our solutions. So I think this is a good tendency, a good trend. Some of the notching things that we implemented is, here you can see when you pay for your food, you have to select if you have meat or no meat, and also if you have to go or plate. And this, together with different messages in the canteens about protein content, climate footprint, and so on, is what in concerted action has got us where we are. And then, of course, a lot of very motivated employees at Jesper's canteens. This picture shows the carbon footprint of the per kilo sold. And here you again see the red one, which is the animal-based menus, and the green one is the plant-based menus. So you can see that it's almost half the footprint. So we have seen a significant increase in plant-based sellings and reduction in animal-based sellings. And what you can see is that our goal of reducing the environmental footprint of the plate is achieved almost half all the way. And here we have mitigation of climate change, you could say. We have eutrophication of our freshwater and marine ecosystem. We have land use, and we have water use. So this multiplied with the change in amount sold makes the success. Here you see instead the kilo CO2 only per customer. So this is exactly what one person in average consumes at lunch. And here you can see the 100% meat-based and a mix of everything that was sold, and then the only vegetarian here. And over here you see 3 scenarios. One where we have the full waste in our baseline, one where we look at a 30% reduction, and one where we look at a 50% reduction. So let's compare this with the personal boundary allowance. So you know there is the planetary boundaries, and if we are 10 billion people 2050, then we can know that the personal boundary allowance for food intake per person on planet Earth for lunch is 0.55 kilo CO2 per plate. And here you see this line. So you can see here that if we manage to go to 30% full plant-based, then we are almost there. So, yeah. So I think these numbers show that we have got a long way. And yeah, then let's move to one of the last technical solutions. So we had these sustainable food systems webinars where we have discussed the the project with other partners, and here we actually identified a very nice solutions for how to turn surplus food into long shelf life, just as nutritional ingredients. So we cannot avoid surplus in this way we have designed society. So the only way we can avoid food waste is to turn it into long shelf life products, to some extent, in a dynamic way, instead of throwing it in a biogas plant or in a waste incineration or even landfill. So this is what we looked at here at Jesper's main kitchen. And we are also doing the same analysis for Hørgram. So this is small scale, you could say, and Hørgram is big scale. But here, besides the reuse in the kitchen and the upcycling that we have modeled, we have also done a what-if scenario on freeze drying. Okay, and it looks like this. So I don't think I have time again, but again, when you talk about surplus, it's a good idea to relate it to total input. But when you want to rescue food from moving into food to waste sector, you have to refer to surplus only. And again, I think that food waste generation at Eurostat is the best measure we have of that. So in our baseline, surplus food goes to biogas and combined fertilizer and energy production. And what you can see here again, calculated the same way, we have an increase in the percentage of the surplus in the kitchen that goes upcycled via different solutions, and we have a corresponding mass balance here. So we document that our food waste is reduced, but also why and how it is reduced. And I would say that that is super important again for circular bioeconomy with zero waste. Also because of the issues we heard this morning about food security and so on. Let's just have a snapshot on something a little bit more complicated, but System 1 baseline, System 2 reuse, System 3 reuse and upcycling, System 3 with green energy system in the future. This is a system level absolute sustainability assessment. If we are below zero here, then we have a net capture of CO2, you could say, in this case. We absorb or prevent more solutions that we emit. So what you can see is that right now reuse is the best case in the energy system we have in Denmark now, but if we have a more greener system, we can actually also upcycle by freeze drying, for example. And over here you can see, so the dark red and blue options here is also needing regulation because we can reduce food waste, but if we do not stop the inflow from increasing similarly to the amount we reduce, then we didn't make any change, right? So if we save more food waste, we need production and inflow of food to be reduced in the same level. So these results you see here is specifically in this case, it's carrot flour production, and it's freeze drying of other components. But these substitute some other products. So you can see fruit and vegetables here, and flour. So these scenarios will only be realized if we have some monitoring and reporting and some policy regulations. Okay. I think I will skip this one. What you see is again the same. If we can rescue food, we will have avoided land use and we will have to produce less in the primary sector. And that means we have less water use, less fertilizer use, and therefore we have less this destruction of our freshwater ecosystem or eutrophication level, let's put it more polite. So these systems are a little bit logical when you kind of get the picture. So you can calculate this what-if scenario if we do this. If we move from our baseline to reusing what could be reused, to also upcycling what can be upcycled, so fighting for surplus food to stay at the food grade here, then we can, of course, reduce the amount of food being wasted, but we can also increase the amount of upcycled versus downcycled. And what you see here is the net negative numbers here is the savings of CO2 emissions which is exactly what we need to save our climate, right? Okay, so the very, very last thing here is we are testing right now is we have had focus groups. We are running it in our big canteens now. We have done a preliminary net economic viability assessment. What you see here is eggplants in slices and in granules. What you see here is just the numbers from Hørgram, the 1% of their turnover only. But it's just to see, okay, if we have a freeze dryer, highly effective one with this treatment capacity, would correspond to 2-3 times of the production of of surplus at Hørgram. If we dry this to high nutritional ingredients, we will reduce the mass like a factor with 90%. And we here, what we test here is analog of the same dish with fresh and freeze-dried products, okay? So we have a positive net present value, and it seems like people really liked it. I tried it myself, and I was really it has really a nice taste, and especially so people who do not want meat, there were some of the participants that was afraid because the chili sin carne tasted totally like meat. And that's because dewatered eggplant granulated has the texture of minced meat. So this is what we are fighting for here the last month, and also why we are not in new projects from our side. But yeah. So in short, not all of it, you can see Hørgram has compared to 2020, a reduction from 9 increasing to almost 20% in 23. And for the main kitchen at Jespers Torvkøkkener, we have 8% reuse and 23% reuse and upcycling in our scenarios. And that is not including the last mile solutions again. And for the buffets, we are around 20 to 22% in food waste reduction. So we are quite satisfied. And then there is a list of papers here you can dig into if you want to know more about our studies. These are already published, and these are going to be published very soon. So these are some of all of the ladies. There's many ladies in this project somehow, but we actually also have a couple of men. So I'd like to highlight my colleague Michael Bum and Carsten Olsen, who is not here today, but yeah, it's amazing. But and all of the people here is not all of them. It's a huge amount of people who have made this possible. So thanks to all of the people from the Danish team and collaborators outside, also in FOODRUS. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Questions for Marianne? Anybody? No questions yet, maybe later. Thank you very much. So now we go to the Spanish pilot, and I call Izaskun Amores to join me from, ¿dónde está Izaskun? From the, I couldn't see her. Izaskun comes from the Industry Association of Navarra, which is in charge of the Spanish pilot, and you are yourself an industrial organization engineering, working on as business consultant and a strategy consultant. That's right? Yeah. Thank you.
So we have first the video, and then you can just click through.
Did you know that the annual cost of food loss and waste in Europe is 143 billion euros? The EU-funded FOODRUS project is developing solutions that prevent food losses and waste to help create more resilient food systems in Europe. Partners in Spain have tested solutions with farmers, suppliers and distributors of ready-to-eat salads. Floret, a salad producer, and Eroski, a large retailer, have co-created and tested a digital tool to improve decision-making. By analysing food waste generation and its current valorisation along the food supply chain, the tool helps select new valorisation strategies. Another digital tool tested by Floret and Eroski predicts consumer demand for ready-to-eat salads and detects variation in food quality in real time, adjusting the production of lettuces to optimize resources. Eroski has also co-created a blend of digital tools to track cold chain distribution, helping to predict potential risks to product quality, minimizing cold chain breaks and extending product lifespans. Visit our website to learn more about the FOODRUS solutions.
Well, so as you have seen, now we are going to present the Spanish pilot and some of the solutions that we have been testing in it, highlighting some of the results and conclusions we have reached. Well, some key information about the Spanish pilot. It has been carried out by organizations located mainly in Navarre and Basque Country. We focused our efforts on improving ready-to-eat or prepared salads. The cross-regional cooperation, as we will see later, has been essential to carry out all the work, and this haven't been very easy, I have to be honest. And the main objective or the major issue of the pilot has been to reduce food losses and wastes in the value chain of the ready-to-eat salads. In the Spanish pilot involved most of the Spanish partners of the project, some of them located in Navarre and others in the Basque Country, except Correos, which is located in Madrid. Therefore, two Spanish regions, which are very, very close, we have been collaborating during these 3-4 years of project. The Spanish pilot, as you can see, is composed by different kind of organization, because some belongs to the agri-food industries, such as Floret. Others are dedicated to the distribution or retail sector, like Eroski or Correos, and others like AIN, Consorcio EDER, ELICA, and ASI have the ability to boost the competitiveness of the food value chain and promote behavioral changes in citizens. So this location proximity has allowed us to define a very short value chain, which has facilitated us the management of technical issues and therefore the testing of solutions. Because the salads were produced and transformed in Floret's films in the south of Navarre. They were transported by Eroski to their warehouses located in Amorebieta, which is in Vizcaya. And finally, the salads were consumed, as it has been said before, in the municipality of Zamudio. So quite a short value chain. Well, here you can see an approach of the defined value chain and the stage of which each organization is present. In a first moment, when we start working 3 years ago, we identified 21 key points of food losses and food waste generation along all the value chain. Specifically, 11 were in the salad production, 4 in the logistic and retail, and 6 in the consumption of and waste generation. And some other general observation that we saw were that the industrial food loss and waste generation points data was managed and mostly digitalized, although the information flow was not shared between organizations involved in a common digital tool or software. Another observation was that the food waste in the consumption side was not digitalized, and salads were mixed with other organic waste. And finally, most of the food loss and waste was valorized via donation, animal feed, or composting processes. So having this baseline, the Spanish pilot established the following main objective. There are more, but these ones are the main to be achieved during the FOODRUS project and with the development of different solutions. So the first one and the second one are more general, and the third and the fourth one are more specific of the food salad value chain in this case. Okay, so the first one was to reduce food losses and food waste generation in prepared or ready-to-eat salads by increasing knowledge and data exchange and implementing digital and social solutions. Improving the value creation through new and better circular strategies and valorization routes for non-avoidable organic flow of food loss and food waste was another objective. And some more specific, as I said, was improving the cold chain traceability, because the product that we are speaking about is a very perishable fresh food. And last but not least, it was to provoke changes in the consumption habits to reduce food waste generation, and move salads and organic waste up into the food hierarchy. Okay. So finally, the Spanish pilot has been testing the majority of the solutions developed on the project. So today we want to present you two of them. We can't present all of them because we don't have time. But I think that the two we have chosen are quite interesting. So both of them are digital solutions and specifically try to improve cold chain traceability. So now I will ask Sonia Muro from Floret if you came here in order to explain better than me this solution.
Hello, everybody. As Izaskun said, I'm going to explain you the solution based on passive refrigeration system. It's a solution owned by Correos, that is a partner of the project, and this system allows to fresh transport without plugging in power electricity consumption for more than 8 days, between -2 and 14 degrees. The test consisted in transporting just harvested char from the fields to our factory. The test happened, or the harvesting happened on 13th of June at 8:30 in the morning, with an ambient temperature around 20-22 degrees. The temperature of the just harvested char was around or between 16 and 21 degrees, and we load the box with approx 40 boxes of char with a weight of 180 kilograms. The box was loaded in a conventional truck with any refrigeration system and was transported from the field to the factory for 140 kilometers far. The vegetables was stored in the box during more than 27 hours, forcing an extra storing time. And here you can see the monitoring of the temperature in the interior of the box. The two temperature peaks are the loading and downloading of the box in the field and in the factory respectively. But as you can see, between these two peaks, the temperature was maintaining between 1 and 4 degrees, which is the requested, the good range of temperature. At the same time, we load a refrigerated truck. This is our standard way of transport, with the rest of the harvested chard. And this is the proof in the reception, in the reception moment in the factory. Of course, we check the temperature of the reception when the truck arrived. And here you can see that in both transporting system, the temperature reception was good, was between within the range, but the vegetable that arrived in the box was cooler, even cooler than the vegetables of the truck. Of course, the other parameter that we check in the factory is the quality of the vegetables, and the quality of the vegetables in the box was also okay. So we can conclude that this solution was good results. It was a success. It's not a solution to transport our big volume, but it's a good alternative to reach small customers in good quality conditions, and to reach donors that do not have refrigerated transport possibilities. This will allow to reduce food waste, to reduce weight loss of products in transport, and of course to reduce the CO2 emissions. So thank you, and I will.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the Spanish pilot? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, no worry. Yeah. No, but are there any questions for Sonia or for Izaskun? No. So we have a third presentation from the Spanish pilot. Yes. Es que no sabía que venías tú.
No, don't worry. Thank you, everyone. My name is Ainara Iona. I'm the responsible innovation department in Eroski, the distribution company. And I don't know if I have the slides too. I think that they are. Okay, thank you. I just have seen. Okay, so I will tell you a little bit about the project. The main point over here is to develop the innovation. No, somehow we are talking about research. We are talking about what is the challenge of all those tools is to develop them, no, and to take them to the reality and see if it works or if it doesn't work. Okay, thank you so much. So from this part, we have been working with tools developed by Deusto University. We have here people from Deusto, Ainhoa and Manuel. And we have also working with Floret, with Sonia, because it's one of our suppliers of the salads in Spain. So we have been involved the three partnerships, and we have been working trying to introduce that new tool. The challenge has been to maintain the cold chain traceability and monitoring that cold chain traceability all around all the process. So what we would like to achieve? We want to avoid the food waste all around the cold chain, and if the chain is broken, what happens with that salad? That we have waste. If the cold chain traceability is broken, that salad is not able to consume. So that's the main problem. Do we have many breaks? Not really. It doesn't. The cold chain traceability, it doesn't break very oftenly, but when it breaks, we have a lot of cost behind, and we have waste. So we have to try to avoid that scenarios. So we have been working in 6 scenarios in 6 different days to see what happens, because all the information of the evolution of the temperature has been, we have the evolution of the temperature, we have it by some sensors in the cloud with all the database. And that has been really interesting for us because we will have the opportunity to know if the cold chain traceability is broken or not. Okay, so which is what do we want to achieve? We want to detect the alterations of the product. We want to minimize the breakage. About the shelf life, it's important also to maintain the shelf life of the product as long as as we can, and of course with all the database that Deusto will explain us later, we can make decisions about what is happening in the reality of the cold chain traceability. So in terms of the logistical details and regarding how we work in all the process, we have the product comes from Milagro, that is in Navarra, and it comes to our warehouse that is in Amorebieta. Okay, from the warehouse here it doesn't take so much time. It's only one hour and a half or something like that. But somehow, when the truck comes with all the product, it's really easy to have sometimes it's easy to have cold chain breaks, okay, in this part of the truck. Because if it stays in the warehouse, it maintains the temperature. But when you have to change the product from one part of the truck to the warehouse, there you have some rescues. So from Milagro, it comes the product, the warehouse of the supplier, it comes to our warehouse, and the same day, somehow the same day, because this is a fresh product, it's important. So as a fresh product, it goes to our establishment. This establishment is in Zamudio, nearby Amorebieta. And we have incorporated over the salads, as you've seen, we have identified them as FOODRUS, very important, because those salads are not for commercialization. Some families from Zamudio have taken them to their fridge, personal fridge at home, but important not to eat them because it goes with a logger, okay? So these products are not for commercialization. And from for our establishments in Zamudio, we have sold them to that people. It's like a fake soul, okay? And they take the product to their fridge. So all the process has been from the warehouse of Milagro to the household of the consumers, okay? And that's really important because the most important breaks are over here in the consumer's houses, okay? Not really in the, upstream. It usually is downstream, okay? So what else? From Deusto, we have been working with them with 3 kinds of technical specification or activity devices in this case. We have loggers. Those loggers are inside the salad, okay? And each logger records the temperature every 15 minutes to know which is the temperature in all the process. We have 2 anchors in Amorebieta, our warehouse, and another 2 in the establishments of Zamudio. Those anchors are the device to know if the logger passes nearby if the logger is passing nearby the anchor, is to identify that the logger has passed, okay? And also we have another kind of device that is Sentry. This one sends all the information to the cloud with the database. And this device allowed us to gather all the information to have all the analysis that Manuel is going to tell us. Okay, so my colleague, come here. Oof, I'm not able to explain all.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ainara. Okay, so as Ainara was saying, we are collecting data on the temperature of these salads, monitoring the cold chain. But apart from that, in order to develop this quality prediction model, we also have to collect data on the quality of these salads that are being tested. So we have 13 scenarios in total in which we identify the critical points of the cold chain, and we let's say in each scenario, we force this breakage with different time spans and in different points. For example, first scenario in the first, the breakage would be in the first point with 30 minutes, second in the same point with 1 hour, and so on. And with this information, and as I said, and also measuring the quality of the salads, we were able to correlate this loss of quality due to the breakage on the cold chain. And this is the data that we have used as an input to build the quality prediction model. So on these graphs right there, you can see the 6 different variables that we use to measure this quality of the salads. In the y-axis, you can see the predicted value by the model, and in the x-axis, you can see the actual value. So we have 13 scenarios, as I said, but in this case, we had 19 experiments because some of the scenarios were duplicated in order to get more data and to make the analysis more robust. Actually, we are waiting for more data so that we can have 26 experiments, so twice by each scenario. And in the graphs, you can see in red the times where the model was not able, the error, let's say, when the model was not able to predict correctly the value. And in green, inside the line, you can see the times where the model actually predicted the value accurately. So as you can see, out of the 19 experiments, in most of the cases, we have 1 error or 2. So the model was very accurate. So some of the conclusions here are that on average, of course, because we have 6 variables, the model was able to predict the quality of the salad with 80% of accuracy on average. This will actually increase even more because we are waiting for more scenarios, for more data. This solution, one of the benefits is that it enables Eroski to assess in near real time the quality of the product and make informed decisions to prevent food waste. So as we are collecting the data on the temperature in real time, and with this model, we are able to see also in real time which is the expected quality of the salad, and so make informed decisions in order to prevent food waste. So look for the best solution or destination in the waste hierarchy. And this solution is replicable to other fresh products as long as we have the temperature data from the loggers, and this relationship between the temperature and the quality is totally replicable. And the last one would be that, of course, this monitoring of the temperature in comparison to, let's say, conventional cold chain monitoring solutions gives you a more detailed, we are here monitoring the temperature and the quality at batch level. So our control is at the product itself. So the data you have has more quality, let's say. So the decisions you can make are more tailored to the product. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. Anybody else from the Spanish pilot that I'm missing? Are you sure? Sorry, Ainara, I didn't know.
That's okay.
Okay. That was a complete presentation, and thank you very much for that. Any questions? So I'll give the floor to Marieta Okenkova from the University of Agriculture from Slovakia. Marieta is specialized on rural development and agricultural policy, working many years in the Ministry of Agriculture in Slovakia in different management positions, more than 17 years, and now working from the university. I have good memory, but you told me I was in Bratislava with you, and we discussed this a lot, and I have a paper.
Thank you very much, Vicky. And indeed, in Bratislava was the last time we met together about a year ago. So it's good to see your faces in person, not only on the screens and small take. Hi. So let's start with the video. Let's start with the video. Yeah.
Did you know that the food wasted in Europe could feed 200 million people? The EU-funded FOODRUS project is developing solutions that prevent food losses and waste to help create more resilient food systems in Europe. Partners in Slovakia have worked with bakeries, supermarkets and households to reduce bread waste. Together with consumers, they have created a Second Life for Bread cookbook containing recipes and tips and tricks on how to improve our consumer behavior when shopping, storing and making use of bread in our kitchen. The cookbook is also incorporated in the FOODRUS e-learning platform, which has additional courses for children that want to become true zero-waste heroes. Partners in the Slovak pilot also further developed an innovative technology called BetaFerm, which valorizes the side streams from bakery production through fermentation processes. 2 new recipes and procedures were developed to create upcycled bread with better physical and biological qualities, including prolonged shelf life. Visit the websites in English or Slovak to learn more about these and other FOODRUS solutions.
Well, that's a perfect summary of what we did over the 3.5 years. And it's amazing what you can do in such a relatively short period of time. So let me walk you through the Slovak pilot. Thank you. We focused on bread, which is absolutely fantastic because for my country, it's a national customs, tradition. So for us, it's really whatever high-level delegation comes to Slovakia, it is always welcomed by a slice of bread with the salt. It's our tradition. But it's a sad story that it's also among the top most wasted food in Slovakia. Together with fruit and vegetables and cooked food, it's on the top 3. Not very positive. Have a look at our pilot. We've been the smallest one with four partners participating, but I always say the heartbeat is in the center. It's all 4 partners, but also associated partners. In the morning, you heard that there are 29 partners, but there are many more than that. And those are associated partners that have been working with us. So in the beginning, it was very important to establish a good cooperation with them, to have the feedback. Those are important contributors to all the results that we have achieved. As you can see, among our associated partners were supermarkets, bakeries, and also organization Truly Healthy School, with which we developed one of the e-learnings. I'll start briefly what kind of situation is in Slovakia. And we are extremely happy that we could be part of this project. It was really helpful. We are very much grateful to the coordinator, the whole team, the commission, and everybody. It's amazing that in this way we could kind of introduce this topic on the national level, because we are a startup country in this. We are really a startup country in the area of food losses and waste. And there are few existing mechanisms that we have identified, but not very functional. So they are in place, but not really working. The main problem without data, it's very difficult to evaluate the situation or to track the progress and to see. So missing statistics in the whole food value chain is a serious problem. And there are also some paradoxes that we have tax incentives, but we miss the guidelines for the donations. So people are more afraid to donate because of the fines that could be possibly imposed on them. And there are some legal barriers that we have jointly identified together as well to food donations. It is also responsibility of two different ministries in Slovakia, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Environment, and those ministries have two various different approaches also to this topic. And very almost zero level of awareness from the public sector on food waste issues. So there was a lot of work that could be done with this project, and we've done quite a lot, and we are very happy that that we could participate and start these discussions. So these were the statistics that we have, that we had, or the estimates. So we had to work for the bread value scheme with our estimates that we did together with the supermarkets, bakeries, with consultation with various stakeholders. And we came to these 3 hotspots that have been identified: the retail at the level of 30%, which they kind of secretly confirmed us that it's true in the bakery sector, households at the level of 50%, and HoReCa sector at the level of 15%. So production, we found out in the bakery sector is already pretty much optimized. So it's really good. And bread ends up mainly in landfill in these 3 hotspots that have been identified, which we think also represents further opportunity for reducing ecological footprint. So during the running of the project, we were first time delivering the official statistics to the Commission. So, and these are the first data that have came out from Slovakia, and as you can see, the households are at the level of 62%. Yes, so this was also our main focus in our pilot, and it was good that we focused our attention there. But we were starting with the 50% estimated, as you remember from the previous graph. So what was our circle strategy? We had to identify which are the main problems. The main problems are overproduction and the way how the surplus bread is distributed. So these have been identified as the main problems, and these can be addressed through responsible consumption, behavioral change, and push up in the hierarchy. So our focus was on prevention and upcycling in our project. And let me walk you through different strategies that we developed. But for us, absolutely, as you could see the figure, the responsibility lies with us, all of us as consumers, and therefore the behavioral change is essential if we want to see some change, and that can bring the transformational change to the whole value chain backwards. So social action model has been produced, as Ainoa presented in the morning, and we made all our citizen science activities publicly available. So it's all open, and this has been a main area of focus of our activities. And I'll start with the first one. As Sinta already mentioned, we had a co-creation activity with households. This was very interesting activity because we also realized that through awareness rising, we can change the behavior of the households, and the way how they do the shopping, storage, and expand their zero waste cooking skills is very important. So we had 13 families that have participated in this activity. For the communication with the Slovak stakeholders, we had to develop the web page in the Slovak. So we've been communicating in the Slovak language with the stakeholders. And we had the domain which translates food is not waste, jedlo nie je odpad in Slovak, which was really appropriate for this task. So we recruited the households through this web page. So it was a public call, and we can see here the results. But these are most important, I think, that we can see that overall reduction of waste was in the household by 43%, which is tremendous, amazing. We heard in the morning that Commission is not ambitious enough or doesn't want to reach the target 50%. But when you start working with the consumers, with the households, you can really achieve that 50%, yes? But it's a lot of work that is behind that figure. Susanna there, she's one that was in charge of communication. So big applause to her. Come on, take it. And we also reduced the amount of bread that the household were buying. So this is also an amazing number, figure, 39%, yes. In CS2, we've been developing 2 e-learnings and in co-creation activity. This is one of our babies, the book, the Zero Waste Cookbook. You can find it outside in English, but the original first version was in Slovak. So there's some for Slovak, if there's an uptake. There's a Slovak version available, but also the Hungarian Jula partners replication regions translated into Hungarian, Norwegian want to do it. So this is one of the things that can be easily replicated. And we collected it through the web page, again, in co-creation. So the people were sending the recipes. Mirka over there, she's been cooking them, and Victor over there taking pictures. So it's been done by the team, basically. And there are really many good recipes that can stimulate us use more bread, stale bread in our household. Then the other one was Junior Food Waste Hero. That's for schools, that we wanted to bring these topics also to the elementary school children. That has been developed in cooperation with the associated partner, Truly Healthy School, and also tested in one of the schools. And these e-learnings, together with 8 others that have been developed within the project, have been translated into Slovak and will be a part of the new innovation center at our university, to which I come later on. Following the Spanish example, we worked also with women on women perspective. Also, again, through our webpage, we had a survey so that women could contribute, and we used the same set of questions that have been in the Spanish pilot. And we have received 14 inputs from women and planning a joint article on the results with the University Deusto. This is also one of the big things we are very proud of. It's one of the associated partners was Kopek Bakery. It's in Dolné Kočkovce village. It's a small village in the northern western part of Slovakia, and some of you visited this bakery and looked at how this upcycling technology for bread looks, and we were exploring the possibilities how to expand its potential and develop new products. So we are really proud that we have established a cooperation with the bakery and with the author of the Mr. Žitný of this technology. Actually, he started this at the Slovak Agriculture University. Then he had his own company established for this technology, Beta Firm. So we have successfully tested 2 new fermentation processes in the bakery, and have 2 upcycled bread recipes developed, which is absolutely amazing. So they are already making these upcycled breads. One is from solid soya pulp okara. It's a semi-product from tofu cheese and wheat brands. It's a side stream from a milling of cereals, mainly wheat. So from these two products, we have produced 2 new types of upcycled bread. We have also presented it to the general public on a food market in Bratislava, and it was very well accepted. So people wanted to buy it and were really keen on and interested. There was no fear of what could be behind upcycling bread. So I already talked about Zero Waste Cookbook, but it has been used in many activities. First thing was to develop the book. It's an e-book and physical book. And the second one was how we used it in different events, Zero Waste cooking shows. And we also work with the families that participated in Citizen Science Activity 1, in workshops, and altogether we managed to collect 35 recipes, and we also cooperated with the food ethnologist in Slovakia. So she also provided some historical old-time recipes from Slovakia, and she was really very happy. And she is actually a godmother of the book. And it's been presented on oops, not so fast. Not so fast. So it was presented on 2 events actually in during the Zero Waste Branch, organized by Free Food as one of our partners, and at Good Market is the public event in Bratislava in the Old Town. So here are the Zero Waste branches that have been organized. Last one was in September last year. We had a record number of 200 visitors and 16 volunteers working on this event. But in total, we had 3 branches that we have organized over the 3 years, one each year. And we had over 450 participants in those. And just to give you an idea, what is the impact of one Zero Waste branch? So we managed to save more than 10 kilograms of bread. All ingredients were used up to their full potential. We have used also reusable dishes for the first time after pandemics, and uneaten food, of which there was a really minimum, was donated. And you know, even from the events in Bratislava, that all the food that remained during our meetings, that was always donated through the network. So this is the Good Market, where we have presented the 2 upcycled types of bread. We also had a joint discussion with the supermarket that has been cooperating with us, and the last thing is what's the final outcome, why we're so happy, is that we will be establishing at our university Innovation Center for Food Losses and Waste Prevention. We are super happy that the first 4 ingredients have been already developed through this project. And it's also commitment from our side to continue and work on other projects in this area. For us, it was the first project, and so we learned a lot, and we would like to bring that home and further expand it. So we are looking for potential new areas how to expand this. We have organized altogether in the end 4 national replication workshops. As you can see, we had a very good cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture. In Trenčín in June, actually the State Secretary and the Director General came to me and said it was the first time they have heard someone saying so complexly about this problem in Slovakia. So it even opened the minds of the politicians, I would say. So that was good. So we had 202 participants there. Then we had the Zero Waste branch in September. Then the Good Market with over, I believe, 4,000 people. And the last one, we had a very good cooperation with one supermarket in Slovakia. and they were organizing a conference in October on innovations in food waste, and we have been there with our FOODRUS Day with around 80 participants. And in terms of replications of our own solutions, that now is a big marketing campaign going on in Tesco this month. So we are very happy and proud of this, that they are presenting our baby, the Zero Waste Cookbook. So when people come to the supermarket, they can download it through a QR code and use it in their households. Plus, there's a joint social media campaign, and also on their website there's an information about our cooperation in the FOODRUS project. So thank you very much. That's all from us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And congratulations for all these achievements.
Thank you, Vicky.
And hopefully we find more projects
That would be great.
to collaborate all together. So now is the time for questions for the 3 pilots, actually. So starting with the Slovak, of course, but Slovak or Slovakian? How do you say in English? Slovak. But also for the Spanish and the Danish. We have some minutes for questions and answers. Yes. Where's the other man? Yeah. Please introduce yourself for the people online.
Hi, my name is Kristina Lisecki, and I work for the Commission for DG Sante, working in the food waste team. So thank you very much for all your presentations. I'm sorry I was a bit late, but I heard, I think, the most important points, takeaways of the 3 pilots. It's really impressive, the work that has been done in this during the project duration, and to see really the hands-on approach in the different supply chains. I wanted to ask concerning the Slovak pilot about the program for schools. Did you have any support from the Ministry of Education? We hear a lot about, I mean, we know that this is a very important level that we should act on. So incorporating this topic in school curriculums. Unfortunately, at EU level, we don't have much competence in this area. So we're relying a lot on member states to do this. And there is more or less, voluntary, let's say, in this regard, commitment. So I was curious to hear whether you managed to engage, let's say, schools, or which levels have you managed to engage in implementing this project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great question. It's one of my dreams to have this incorporated in the school curricula, because with my own children I can see how important it is, because if they are basically growing up being zero waste aware, they bring this new culture around them. So my daughter doesn't even allow me to buy in supermarket something that is not part of a recipe we're going to cook. So it's crazy. I'm not allowed to put it in. No way. So I understand. I fully understand. So that's why we did this. Basically, the zero waste heroes. It was not part of the project. We really came out with this idea on the basis of the cooperation with this associated partner, Truly Healthy School, and we've been sharing it because they work with the school canteens and with those that cook in the school canteens and that are responsible for the school canteens. So it's been shared within them. And we also had one elementary school in Nitra that tested the module. But the idea is to make it more broader, and to maybe through the Ministry of Education, or to find a way how to have a bigger uptake of it. I think it's quite easy way how to study and learn something new. But it would be fantastic to have a subject that is dedicated to healthy diets and nutrition, In our educational system, we have a subject that is kind of a technical skills, but it depends on the school what they understand under those technical skills. So they can include some curricula. When I was a child, cooking lessons were obligatory. We had to participate. We had to do the cooking, but it's not anymore. It's not anymore the case. Yeah. Sometimes we can learn from the past and adapt it to the modern day, modern day life. So there was one more question somewhere. Yes.
It's a new question. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm from the city of Amsterdam. So I already saw many ideas of you and also of your other partners that we could also implement. My job is also on food waste, and I saw that you have a similar problem that much is in households. I think the fraction is a bit less, but still it's big. And one challenge we have is that we don't want to put too much blame on people themselves, but want to see it as a system problem and maybe help shaping that system. So I was wondering if you maybe saw some supermarkets, maybe changing the food environment, or maybe see some ideas from this for the city or for national government to help change that food environment, maybe food packaging, maybe commercials, so it's easier to buy less.
That's what we are doing actually with Tesco now. The campaign is basically based on what you just described, yes. But it's a problem that it's only one supermarket. We wanted to have more supermarkets involved, but not all of them were so much interested, you know. But it could be like, they could be like a role models, but they're very much competitive. So there's a big competition. But they said that the university is kind of a neutral ground for them, that they feel more safe. And that's why we want to explore with the Innovation Center establishment at the university. That could be a reference point for them also for the information, data, or education, or anything they need. And they could be also sharing the good practices that they have also inside the supermarkets for the others, you know, to uptake them. That could be like a role model. But we had also other supermarket in the beginning that we negotiated with, but we ended up with one in the end. But at least, because when Manuel started asking questions about giving the data into all these technical systems, we kind of lost lost them there. Yeah, but Tesco was the only one providing the information. Even that was not easy, guys. Here know, yeah. But we managed to get some, so they were willing to share the data. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's one more. Sorry.
I just want to ask one quick question. I'm Anna. I'm for the European Food Bank Federation, and I wonder. You mentioned food donation, right? That you've also donated some surplus quantities, but maybe it's also a question to the other two, whether or not you've been looking more in detail into the possibility to also, make the surplus available for people in need.
We have for the Susanna. So Susanna is free food donations. She's the best.
Yeah, I mean, Maritka, you already mentioned we did donation as a free food. We were one of coordinators of food donations in Slovakia. So what Maritka was mentioning, that was the surplus food from the events that we held, the FOODRUS events we held, and also during the Zero Waste branch. So we've had over 30 charities that we are donating food to. But it's still very, it's a gray zone when it comes to legislation in Slovakia. But we also, thanks to the project, we developed a manual and some like a donation kit that we use to donate, especially bakery products. So, special boxes and everything. So everything is in line with this food safety. But when it comes to like some systemic solution, that is missing in Slovakia. But we did what we can to manage with the charities we're already working with within our smaller network.
Yeah, I wanted to add that in the Danish pilot business ecosystem, there was also several examples. There's a whole webinar also about that. But yeah, there are some barriers because it costs a lot. So salaries are high in Denmark. I think it is too in other countries, and so it's very expensive. And there's also the food safety, so the responsibility of the food being served. But we had some very nice examples of retail sector collaborating with innovation hubs on social business models where homeless people were coming in. And they were actually, the thing of having food every day would help them get off other problems in their lives. It's something called junk food, and they are starting to be self-sufficient. So they have kitchen, they produce upcycled food for reselling in the retail sector. So there are some success stories. And then we also have something called the Round Table in Denmark, which is also a huge association working with wholesale and retail companies in Denmark. I think there's something around the regulation, and there's something about the VAT on the, when you donate. So it's a lose-lose situation money-wise. It costs a lot, and you also do not get the VAT exemption when you donate. So there are different things where you can be creative and you can sell surplus food at a very, very low price for these innovation hubs. So anybody listening, please do that if that makes your donation business work.
Yeah, she was first.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ines Echeverria. I work in the National Center for Food Technology and Safety in Spain. I'm here today on behalf of CoFresh, one of the sister projects of FOODRUS. So congratulations for your work. And my question comes to the consumer's point of view on upcycled foods. In my research center, we work a lot in bringing back sub-products into the food value chain again. So upcycling ingredients, upcycling fractions, or even producing new ingredients and new foods. And we are always think about how consumers think about this, because I think in theory they are very much for reintroducing sub-products, but when it comes to know that they are eating something that has been made out from sub-products, if any of you can have any experience on consumers about upcycling foods. Thank you.
I can start. So we are just finishing a study on people's opinion about upcycled food. So it can sound negative, right? Something that is upcycled must have been down somewhere, right? And then you're going to eat it. But I think that what I can see is, so one of our PhD students are presenting that at a workshop conference in April, but there was there's several things, but one thing that we can say is that organic products is something that helps people to like upcycle products. You can imagine that if you upcycle foods, you dry them, you use the peels, whatever, and you have things with pesticide residues inside of it or other things, then you might have a concern thinking if you know a little bit about these things. So I think, again, food safety, transparency. Yeah, we have monitored our soil quality, our air quality, and our water quality for many, many years, and we're very good at it. But when it comes to circular resource flows, nobody really measures. So that means that there's a distrust from some segments. But I'm sure it will work fine, and it has a huge opportunity, in my opinion, in the plant-based foods, because many of these ingredients actually get, or some of them get a better texture in producing plant-based other things. Yeah. So, but you're right. There are neophobia. There are discussed. There are different things that are barriers in consumers' awareness and knowledge about these things. So it deserves attention, I would say, in terms at least of the safety issues and the transparency in what is upcycled. So, and I think the new European labeling regulations will take that into account to some extent. So it will help people like you and companies who are producing these nice products.
Hello, so my name is Alba. I come from the Association of Cities and Regions for Sustainable Resource Management. And my question was from the Spanish pilot, Sonia Muro, I think from Floret, right? So I think that you managed to get a decrease of 2.5 degrees, right, on the transportations of the salads. And my question was, how does this make like an impactful change? Why is so important this 2.5 degrees? In which situations would this make a real difference for the transportation?
Sorry, but I'm not sure to understood the question.
Wait.
So with the new Correos boxes that you use on the transportation, you managed to decrease like a 2.5 degrees of the cold temperature, right, on the transportation?
No, even more, because we load the box around 16 or 20 degrees. The chart, when it's loaded, is around 20 degrees. And when the vegetables arrive to the factory, the temperature was 3.5. So the decrease of the temperature was really high, more than 10 or 12 degrees of reduction.
And do you think there would be a way of implementing this? Because I assume that it is very useful in a lot of long distance, maybe that it could be also implemented. But the thing is that you say that for big transportations
That's
it
right.
wouldn't be possible, right?
That's right. It's not a solution for all of our volume, because we have a huge volume of vegetables transported every day. So you need a lot of boxes that you have to stock in your warehouse. It takes a lot of space and volume. Is not a realistic option. But I think that is a very good option for small clients where you need to arrive with a very small quantities, or for donors that are not able to go with a refrigerated transport.
So, for example, the problem would be much more into the location of these boxes. Where do you storage them? That the price, for example, of how much these boxes or the material used also?
I'm not sure about the price, because I think that Correos has just commercialized the box right now. I think that very few months ago. But I think it's a quite expensive system, at least right now. Maybe they will be able to make it more competitive in the next months or years, but now it's quite expensive.
So by the moment you only work with big amounts, or you are already planning to implement it on a normal use for smaller businesses? Or?
I think that this could be a good solution for donors, but maybe it's the donor who needs to invest in the box and to use it not only for salads, but maybe for other kind of foods or products that need refrigeration. The thing is that system works, and it's a good option for fresh food.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Clara Cicatiello from University of Tuscia, Italy, and the coordinator of Loving Food, one of the sister projects. Thank you very much, because Loving Food is also working on solutions to prevent food waste, so I see a lot of alignment as usual in these past 4 years. So my question is, I think that from these cases it's pretty clear that when you put hands-on, a significant reduction of food waste can be achieved, and that prevention can really make a difference. But my question, when I see the results of the Slovak pilot, that people are buying less bread and that people let's say, are eating less meat, so I assume the canteens will buy less meat. My question is everybody happy? Because last year, along the food chain, I mean, last year I was in the Retail conference in Greece, and it was very interesting to see that one Greek supermarket was advertising the customers not to buy too much, which is kind of crazy for a marketing strategy. So my question is, how can we push forward this message, even though a lot of suppliers might not be happy about this message?
I have an example that I forgot to present from Jesper's talk, where they actually did some innovation on the portion size for their customers. So they have the same amount of customers, but they sent out less surplus. Because if you order for 41 and the portion size fits 40, then you have to do 60 if the portion size is 20, right? I don't know if you get my point, but being a little bit innovative there. But of course, their upstream is not happy. So no, I would say we cannot make everybody happy here, but we can be in a transition where a lot of people will be happy, because it's about transforming our food system into distributed, circular, short chain systems. So that means that the surplus can be redistributed to other segments, right? But of course, we would need a higher price for the primary sector, for example. So as Annette from Hørkram always says, we don't want to push down or up. We don't want to push the value chain. But it is kind of important if we want to reduce, mission impossible if we want to reduce food waste. So I think what we can see is that we throw out close to 40% of the food we produce globally. We throw out in Europe more than we import. Okay, it's an absurd situation. So I would say distributed circular systems will make a lot of people happy, and there need to be some transition policy instruments to put the right price on primary production, I would say, primarily. That's my opinion. What about you, ladies?
I'd just like to share an example with the supermarket Tesco. I asked them the same question, if it's good for them, to advise something like this to customers. But they want to be sustainable. They want to be leaders of sustainability on the market. And that's their benchmark, that's something that makes them different from the other supermarkets. So it could be the strategy. But it also starts with at the closing hour. If you go to the supermarket and you still see the full shelves of bread, something is wrong in their internal business model strategy, because at that time there shouldn't be the shelves full. And I've been to supermarkets at closing hours, and I've seen the shelves full, and all that goes to waste and to the landfill. So it's also the way of thinking of people working inside of these organizations as well. And the right setting of the business model inside it. And to be proud of it, to be the leader, it's also a marketing strategy. You attract attention, consumers come. More people already listen to this than they did previously. And I think it's about also the upcycling. It's about communication. I think it's the key. More you communicate, more you get aware. Sometimes when you say some lie several times, it becomes true, yeah? So it's the same with, unfortunately, but you can use it other ways around. You can say the truth so many times, repeat it so many times that it's kind of sinks into the mind of the people. So that's why we think it's a behavioral change. It's the change of the behavior of us as consumers and our own responsibility. For the SDGs, I think it's all our countries are developing countries in that terms, because none of us fully fulfill the SDGs, and that's how we have to look at it. So we are all developing countries, learning and trying to do our best.
Sorry, very short. Yeah, very short. From the Spanish pilot, it's a pity that I can't see Ainara because she represents Eroski, which is a supermarket. So I think that her point of view could be interesting in this matter. But I will change a little bit the point of view. From AIN, we have been working and in contact with the Navarre Food Bank, And I have to tell you that they aren't very happy with this all. The Spanish government is promoting a law regarding food loss and food waste prevention and reduction, and they are not very happy because they see that surplus food is going to reduce and that the donations are going to decrease. So they know that they are or that they can manage a risk. So maybe supermarkets, I don't know if they are happy or no. Consumers, I think that we have to go on that path, but food banks are, at least the Navarre one, it's not very happy.
Okay, but we are risking the coffee break. Huh? After everybody comes back on time. Huh?
I'll try to keep it short then. Maybe a quick response on this, because I'm also looking at regulation to prevent maybe the bread being there at 10 a.m. And we get the same argument, of course, that the food banks may not have any food. So there we're really looking into different models of providing for food for them, because it cannot be that our access is always the only source to give people who needed food, right? So I know in Milan they just buy it for quite a share, which maybe is a good idea. Then another thing, because you said it, Marianne, that only organic food is really now nice to upcycle, right? I was wondering, because I'm a noob on food safety and we have a lot of experts, is the current regulation for just regular food, does it consider that it can be upcycled? So can you eat your banana peels, or should we maybe work on that?
Wait. I think the banana peel example, I think we tested that already for barbecue chicken analog or whatever it was. But yeah, I think you have the novel food if we're not used to eating it, right? So I think banana peels is an example of where we would need new regulation. But it's definitely also an example of EFSA and the risk cycle of micropollutants and the daily intake of micropollutants. And the public health of people, right? So there is a risk there, I would say. But if we go organic, why don't we just do that? Then at least we have solved some of it.
Thank you. Well, I invite everybody to have the coffee break and continue this wonderful, continue these wonderful discussions. Please, for those that haven't signed the list, it will be in the table outside. Don't forget, it's important that you sign it. And we were supposed to be back at 3:30, and I guess it's 3:20 already. Yeah. So let's say 3:40, but please 3:40, everybody back. Thank you. And thank you. Okay. Let's continue, please. I told you the coffee break was going to be short. But we still have the dinner. By the way, if you want to join the dinner and you have not registered, 7:30 at Restaurant Vanson, but you need to register with Laura. Laura, say hello so everybody knows who you are. Okay, so now it's time for the associated regions. It's time for our associated regions so that are going to be sharing with us the challenges and the replication roadmaps that they have. I have the feeling that everybody is talking. I will start again. Hello. Okay, so let's continue. Now it's time for our associated regions, and they will be presenting on their challenges and the replication roadmaps. And this is going to be moderated by Agnese from ACR Plus, responsible for the sustainable food systems at ACR Plus. And I believe we have some colleagues from Greece and Hungary regions. That I don't know if I have to call them now, but I think Agnese, you will start, and we will be also looking at some videos from associated regions. So the floor is yours, Agnese. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vicky. Good afternoon. as you know, my name is Agnese Boccalon and I work for ACR Plus. What I'm gonna present you now is the work we have done on the replicability aspects of the solutions that have been tested in the pilots. Just to see three key aspects of the presentation. First, introduction on the associated regions, the results we achieved, and then some room for questions and answers. As it was presented in the morning by Ainhoa, the project has 3 pilots and follower regions or associated regions. And here you can see a distinction between the partner and the non-partners. And I will explain you later who they are. We had 5 partner regions, so partners to the project. The first one is the region of Upper Austria, where we work with the Business Upper Austria Food Cluster, and where we focused on end users mainly and public authorities. We worked, and you will hear later a presentation from Jula, with the National Food Chain Safety Office in Hungary, where the partners work with schools and end consumers. In Romania, we work with the West Region Development Agency, and here again focusing on activities targeting end consumers and public administrations. We worked in Bulgaria with the Plovdiv Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the activities focused on the HoReCa sector and end users. And with the municipality of Alandri, you will hear from Nazia later on the presentation, which is located is one of the municipalities in the Athens metropolitan area, and where activities are focused on targeting different stakeholders in the HoReCa and consumers and public administrations. And then here you can see that we also collaborated with 3 what we call non-partner associated regions, and thank you, some representatives here as well today. 2 of them in the Netherlands with the Amsterdam metropolitan region and with the region of Arnhem-Nijmegen, and in Spain with the region of Catalonia, we work with the Catalan Waste Agency. So this is a bit the overview of all the associated regions involved in the project. What was the aim of the activities we carried out in the project? We wanted to get stakeholders engaged for the co-creation of regional roadmaps for the replicability of the solutions that have been tested in the pilots. So I'm gonna walk you through an overview of the different phases of the activities we have performed in these 4 years. Just for you to know that we have been implementing through a period of 38 months and with quite some limited, let's say, person months. We started off in January 2021 with the first phase, where we actually, colleagues of mine, work on the recruitment of the non-partner associated regions, the 3 that I mentioned before, Amsterdam, Nijmegen, Arnhem, Nijmegen, Amsterdam, and the region of Catalonia. And this work has been done first by developing guidelines for the recruitment, where we were explaining what would be the benefits of joining the project, and by the signing of the 3 collaboration agreements. The second phase of the project started in July 2021, and with all the associated regions engaged, we ran what we call situational snapshot. What did we do within this situational snapshot? We asked the partners collaborating in the regions to look at the different stages in the food value chain, from primary production to consumption and final disposal, and to create a general understanding of what the situation in terms of food losses and food waste was in their region, what were the challenges, and what could have been the objectives to define within these regional roadmaps. After that phase, we ran a stakeholder mapping, kind of mirroring the activities done in the pilots, where the pilots also perform a stakeholder mapping exercise. And all the 5 regions, they identified primary actors in the food value chain and secondary actors in the food value chain. After these 3 phases, we started actually parallel to the 3rd phase. We started in August 2021 with the drafting of an action plan, a draft action plan, where we put together the information collected on the situational snapshot and the stakeholder mapping. This led to the drafting of a document which we call Action Plan Option for Reducing Food Losses and Food Waste. At this point, however, we found out that we kind of were running a bit too fast in the identification of these actions for food losses and waste in the associated regions, and we kind of had sessions where, together with the associated regions, we ask ourselves, are we going the right way or not? So we decided to that we understood that there was not enough information flowing, let's say, from what was happening in the pilots to the associated regions. And for that reason, we actually started a 5th phase in January 2022, where we set up thematic monthly sessions, where there was an exchange of information between the pilots and the associated regions on the solutions that were being tested in the pilots. And this phase allowed actually the partners in the associated regions to understand better what challenges they were being faced in the pilots and what approaches to food losses and food waste they were deploying. This phase lasted until basically mid of 2022. We had the series, as said, of thematic monthly session, and at the same time, Marianne before was mentioning that there were workshops organized, and all the associated regions participated to these workshops organized within activities of other work packages. In the second half of the implementation period, we started with the preparatory process of the regional replication roadmaps. And here I'm presenting to you today the work done with the associated regions, but the pilots also developed regional, actually national replication roadmaps. So this was also a process that was facilitated, where communication and adjustments were done for the pilots, for the regions, for the preparation of these regional replication roadmaps. Mean to prepare a regional replication roadmap? First of all, we set up guidelines for the elements that had to be taken into account for facilitating the replicability of solutions in the associated regions. And that part of the work also included not only looking at the challenges, the hotspots in food losses and waste prevention, but also in understanding what kind of mechanisms had to be set in place to allow stakeholders to get engaged, stakeholders to collaborate together, governance aspects related to leadership on who takes the leading role in coordinating all the activities to be performed, and so on. And as part of this regional replication roadmap process, there have been also stakeholders consultations with the stakeholders identified through the mapping, which are all documents and processes reported in the reports. To do that, of course, we have developed some templates for the stakeholders consultations, for the development of the documents, and we actually also worked on the identification of sustainable food system best practices. We have identified overall 25 best practices across Europe. Most of these practices have been identified within the associated regions, and that has been also a way to working on existing initiatives that were available at territorial level. Okay, in February last year, the associated regions started with the actual preparation of these regional replication roadmaps and the regional replication workshops, and they built upon the first identification of the solutions proposed by the FOODRUS project, tested in the pilot, and the consultation process that has followed with the stakeholders at territorial level, through which the initial solutions have either been confirmed or changed based on the needs, territorial needs. It's important to say here as well that this has been a flexible approach, where we didn't select at the very beginning and then didn't move from the initial selection, but we kept doors open to reconsider the approach and the solution chosen by the actors. And this is also why we started building a regional replication roadmap document, but we have been revising it continuously to include all these needed changes in the process. Here you can see some of the stakeholders meetings that have been held in the associated regions, and all the actions and reports on the roadmap and on the replicability replication events are available through the deliverables of the work package. This is also an example of the 25 sustainable food system best practices that we have identified through the regions, and which you will be able to soon find on our website. The last phase, which started in June last year and ended up just in February, January, February this year, has been the presentation of all these replication roadmaps to the general public, to the territorial actors active in food losses and food waste in the 5 regions. And what you will hear now after my presentation, there are 2 examples from the associated regions of the FOODRUS project, where they will go a bit into the details about the activities they have performed. So out of the 5 associated regions, we have 2 associated regions that are present here today. And we have Gyula Kacka from Hungary, from the NFCSO, and then we have Nazia Barka from the municipality of Alandri. Before that, we're gonna show you the 3 videos that we have recorded about the other 3 regions that are partners to the project. And let's see. The main thing that we would like to present through the videos and through the presentation is what changes did the associated regions achieved during the time of implementation of the project. So this is what you will hear a bit about. And we hope that this second question is something that we can discuss in the Q&A, which is the challenges that we have faced during the implementation process. So let's see now. I should be able to show the video. Okay. Yeah. So.
Hello. My name is Heidi Hochreiter and I'm the manager of the Upper Austrian Food Cluster. Up Austria, as a follower region of FOODRUS, our aim was to raise and build awareness for a sustainable food system and to reduce food waste. We started with the FOODRUS project because there are around 800,000 tons of food waste and food losses per year in Austria, and half of them should be avoidable. That's why we see a huge potential for measures to avoid food waste. 30% of these food waste are from food producers, SMEs, farmers, but also food industry. We know that there are a lot of things to do, raising awareness, support also processes and systems in business that lead to contribute to the sustainable avoidance and reduction of food waste. That's why we focused on FOODRUS solutions directly addressing these needs in our region, like the cookbook and the food waste app. We used conferences and events to disseminate and raise awareness in our focus groups, producers and consumers. In several discussion rounds with companies, we were faced with fear of costs for implementing food waste reduction solutions in their production. And that's why within several meetings with our stakeholder board, representing all substitutes of each step of the food value chain, and also regional political authorities, we discussed the importance of cross-sectoral collaboration to reach these goals. Awareness is one part, but not enough to reach the goal of food waste reduction. To push actions towards a sustainable food system further, we need a funding scheme to minimize the implementation risk for producers. That's why there is one example in our region, is the Innovation Express Call 2024, which started in March and was one of the outcome of a Business Up Austria project with the regional stakeholders. And it pushes collaboration projects for circular bioeconomy. Our next steps until July are to boost concrete implementation projects and use this new funding scheme to help companies on the way of a more sustainable production and to minimize their production waste. We will also use further events to spread information about the need of food waste reduction. Our learning from the FOODRUS project is that by combining awareness raising and implementation project with a concrete funding scheme, then we have a big lever on our way to a sustainable future. Thanks for being a part in this FOODRUS project.
Hello everyone, my name is Dileana and I am responsible for the implementation of FOODRUS project in Plovdiv region of Bulgaria. During this 4-year period of the project, a lot of changes happens in terms of legislation and regulations aiming the reduction of food losses and waste. However, in the beginning of the project, we faced many challenges. The topic of food losses and waste was not enough popular and there was lack of social dialogue for this issue and at the regional level. Also, the statistics was not clear and not enough in order to correctly estimate the current situation. However, we witnessed the development and imposing of several strategic papers and some legal changes in this period. For example, the regulations of the activities of food banks in Bulgaria have been improved, and the result was that in 2022 the volume of the donated food increased nearly twice. In this environment, we decided to target our actions for replication of FOODRUS project to the end users, households and individuals, and toward smaller HoReCa entities like cafe, pastry shops, restaurants, small guest houses, etc. And we put a lot of focus on awareness raising and education for the food losses and waste issues in order to attract interest for these topics and to provoke some behavioral changes basically in the younger generation. In short, we organized several workshops with students. We supported the pilot edition of a Zero Waste Micro Festival with some eco-aware small businesses in HoReCa sector. We also participated in a big digital conference with the FOODRUS stand, where we promoted the FOODRUS digital apps to individuals, mainly young people doing some kind of digital business. So we spread the word about the importance of any activities for reducing food waste, and we set the ground for the replication of the FOODRUS solutions in the region. We are very thankful to having the opportunity to be part of this interesting project, and we look forward to continue working for this cause in our region. My contact details are written below, so you can feel free to contact me for any additional comments and feedback. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Marius Nicolae. I'm working for the Regional Development Agency. I'm the head of department here for internationalization and support for SMEs. We are the department who is implementing the FOODRUS project in our region. I'm here with my team. They are behind the camera, so you don't see them, but we are an entire team who supported this project in the past 4 years. We started this project in a legal environment which was quite unclear and unstable, but we came a long way since then. We have now in our region, and not only in our region, but also in Romania, we have a new scheme, the pay-as-you-throw scheme. We have efficient waste collection systems. We built a strategy in regard to food waste. So we implemented projects like FOODRUS, but not only, because we have also a smart specialization domain, which is agro-food. West region of Romania, it's a powerhouse when it comes to agriculture. We export a lot of cereals, but lately we started to advance on the value chain. So now we are looking not to export raw materials, raw grains, but we are looking also to export more sophisticated products. This is where the FOODRUS project supported us, because we started to understand why reducing food waste is important, how advancing on the value chains can lead to a reduction of the food waste across our region. And now we have we started to implement several of the measures developed in the project, and we also plan to continue this project maybe from our own resources to create an awareness campaign at regional level in regard to food waste. Maybe work with some stakeholders to engage stakeholders, because one of the reasons why we joined this project was to transfer knowledge from the most advanced region to the less advanced regions like ours. We are an associated region in this project. So we wanted to see how strategies are implemented in our region, what sort of best practices we can import and we can use to raise awareness among our regional stakeholders. We implemented also several workshops. We created synergies and collaboration between quadruple helix actors, between universities and private breweries, for example, between public administration and NGOs. So we try to disseminate knowledge, we try to engage stakeholders and to create awareness around this concept of food waste. Thank you for having us in this project, and come visit us.
Okay, so these were the 3 presentations from the associated regions that could not be here today, but we have representatives from Hungary and Greece that are here, and we are really pleased for that. And then you will hear directly from their experiences. So the floor goes to Jula now from NFCSO, and later to Nazia from Greece.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. And thank you for the great work for coordinating this VP and channeling all the project results to the replication regions. Time is passing, so I will need this one. I would like to give you a short report on the key outcomes and learnings on behalf of Hungary as an associated region of FOODRUS. First of all, we are coming from the National Food Chain Safety Office, which is a food safety authority. This is a very, very trusted one, a very popular one, if I can say so. It is one of the top 3 trusted public organizations in Hungary, heavily involved in every food-related activities. And we are part of the Food is Value Forum, which is a stakeholder network, and we have some other networks to be operated. We launched Project Wasteless back in 2016, and since that time it became the National Food Waste Prevention Program of Hungary. Basically, this started as an awareness program, but early enough we developed a school program. This is one of the most robust parts of our operations. And we also measure household food waste from the beginning. Now our data is being reported to the EU Commission and processed by the Eurostat. We also conduct consumer surveys, and we take part in different international and national collaborations, projects, and we also do policy consultancy. One more thought here. This year, in the second half year, we will take over the presidency from the Belgian presidency of the EU Council, and food waste will be one of the top priorities in this period. And we would like to organize, maybe it gets depleted.
What did you do? We have a backup.
Thank you. This is one of the most exciting parts of my presentation, so I was scared about losing my voice. So I would like to invite you to an high-level conference about food waste. It will take place somewhere in October, supposedly on the 1st of October. And we would like to invite DJ Sante to report on the progress of the legislation about food waste, and FAO will be a co-organizer of that conference, so we would like to go beyond EU borders and support other national programs in other regions. The first replication action I would like to talk about is the Second Life for Bread cookbook, and thank you very much for the Slovakian colleagues, because we received a fantastic booklet and we translated it to Hungarian and completed it with 4 Hungarian recipes. So it became even better than the original one. And actually, it was presented to our Norwegian partners, and they borrowed the text from us, and probably they will replicate it in Norwegia soon enough. Similarly to Slovakia, as Marietta told, bread is a very important dish for Hungarians, and actually it was the second most wasted food product when we started the project, and it is now the third one. So it was clearly an advancement, an achievement we could see. And since 2016, we halved the bread waste. So this is clearly a huge win. And there was a nice question at the end of the last section about the stakeholders. Do they win or lose when we try to convince people to buy less, actually. We answer this question by telling buy less, but more of the quality. So actually you pay the same, but you end up with more health promoting foodstuffs representing higher quality. We timed the introduction of this cookbook to the Feast of New Bread, which is a huge national celebration in Hungary. We published it at several places. We brought it to different fairs and events, and we issued a press release, and it was interesting for the media. And actually, through the interviews at radio and television channels, we were able to reach about 1.3 million of audience, which is a great success, I think. Here are some pictures from different events. Here you can see this sticker voting. What would you do with the bread surplus? And here you could vote for an answer. Most of the people would cook something out of it, but we also could see that freezing before it gets stale is also a good solution for Hungarians. The other activity we were involved in is the FOODRUS app. We collaborated with the developers to come up with a Hungarian version, and we tested it. We organized a real-time testing with teachers. We identified teachers as the most important target groups in this respect, and we received many positive feedbacks telling us that it could be really important to capture the attention of today's school children, to provide them this kind of tools. We also enjoyed having the e-learning platform. Especially the Junior Food Waste Heroes module received very positive feedbacks, but all the rest of the platform was enjoyed by our testers and partners. And even those parts which were not translated to Hungarian got utilized. For instance, at the foreign language lessons, classes. This and the last and the FOODRUS app are also advertised by QR codes as well. Just last week, we presented these results, these deliverables, at a huge event in Hungary. This is the Sirha event for the catering industry, but many lay people are coming for taking samples. And there was a huge audience. We enjoyed the attention of the people, and we were able to distribute 150 Second Life for Bread cooking book. And a few more pieces of information about the regional replication workshop. Here you can see 40 teachers rounding up the FOODRUS poster, who took part in the testing of the tools, and we organized a workshop. They told us the challenges, and we tried to come up some joint solution, and we provide them support since that time. So it's a living connection. Some more pictures from the same events. We organized 4 workshops in the same day. And just the last weekend, we had the zero waste cooking workshop, similar to the zero waste brunch, but it was more about lunchtime. And we invited for the first day young adults and couples. It was time to we organized a game for Valentine's Day, and the actual day of the Zero Waste Cooking Workshop was on the International Women's Day. So it was all about love to save the most food as much as we could. Nothing was wasted on these events, and we started with a conference session, and then we went deep into cooking a nice menu. It was not just about food waste, but also food safety. We, in line with DJ Sante, we also believe that food safety comes first, but close to that, food waste prevention is the second task for us. And the second workshop was organized for teachers working in schools with demonstrational kitchens. And we have 2 more zero waste workshops to be organized in April. Some other nice pictures from this event. And with this beautiful drawing of Olivia Marföldi, a 12 years old student, I would like to say thank you for involving us to this great project and for your kind attention. And just have a look how many things Olivia and her grandmother can do with the surplus food, with croutons and meatballs and crumbles, French toast, and everything. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia, for the nice presentation, and apologies I didn't introduce you. You are the director of the National Food Waste Prevention Program in Hungary. So now the word goes to Nasia. She's from the Nasia Barca. She's from the municipality of Alandri, one of the municipalities in Athens, and you will hear from the Greek associated region experience.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It says presenter, I guess. Thank you. So I'm representing a regional authority in contrast to our colleagues from Hungary who represent a national authority, and more specifically the municipality of Halandri, which is the largest northern suburb of Athens with approximately 100,000 permanent inhabitants and 300 small and medium-sized business enterprises of the HoReCa and retail sector. Halandri also has 40 public schools of the primary grade. 8 of them are preschools in which meals are prepared in-house and served to the children and the adults, and a very active public social grocery, which is active in food donations and redistribution. Halandri is an empowerment actor. It is a waste manager and a waste collector, and the food waste related goals of the town are, of course, to reduce and prevent food waste from happening, and reuse surplus food whenever possible, as well as to divert the waste when it occurs from landfilling and rather valorize it. And to this end, with the help of the FOODRUS project, the city has founded the Food Loss and Waste Prevention Unit that started working based on the 3 steps that you can see here. First of all, we concluded that we have to build capacity based on the previous the expertise gained through the Waste for Think project, and then to identify the hotspots where food waste occurs in the territory of the municipality of Halandri primarily, and then engage all relevant departments of the municipality and the stakeholders, both locally and nationally. The Waste for Think project is an Horizon project that I know, of course, knows very well. Significant results were drawn through these 4 years of that the project was implemented at Halandri. 4B, food residue biomass, was produced and then valorized to produce compost, alternative fuel. It was tested successfully as an alternative fuel for the food industry. And also it was used for producing biogas that fueled the waste collection vehicle. So from shredded and dried food waste, we had fuel and that moved the waste collection vehicle, a perfect example of circular economy. As Agnes mentioned before, the work, I think the work of the associated region followed a certain structure, and the results obtained are the very impressive development of the network of stakeholders. Before the FOODRUS, we had knowledge on food waste valorization, but now we have knowledge on stakeholder engagement and empowerment as well. Many students are informed. Halandri is the only municipality in Greece who has become a member of the Alliance for the Food Waste Reduction in Greece, and still remains the only one. And also we have now an open communication channel with the Ministry of the Environment. We have supported a startup which is the Food Bag app. And of course, many citizens were again reactivated, re-engaged for those who have been involved in Waste for Things. And more were newly, so they were engaged during FOODRUS. Of course, then we have started our work with mapping of the stakeholders, as it has been said, and the solution selection. The most relevant solutions for our territory were just to be the tool to track waste generation and food waste separate collection, the Food Loop app, the repository with the e-learning material, the Cook app, and the citizen science-driven methodology. These were not the originally selected solutions because, as Agnes said, it is a living organism. We started from a certain 5 or 6 solutions selected, and then during the process we have adapted and reselected and reprioritized our aims and goals. This is a schematic of what has just been said. And the Food Loss and Waste Prevention Unit is one of the major results that were obtained and created during the FOODRUS project. It governs now the scheme and manages as effectively as possible the target of wasting less, of recycling and upcycling, if possible. That is a new dimension we have just entered into our equation. The hotspots that the unit has identified as main hotspots are the open markets, the farmer open markets, the restaurants, the preschools where they have kitchens and they cook in them, and the school meals. Somewhat less the retail stores, and the citizens are also a major hotspot, the household food waste. To quantify the food waste and measure the effectiveness of the selected solution, we concluded that baseline measurements are necessary, and there were many of them held in the HoReCa sector, some of them held in the HoReCa sector, more in the preschools, and citizens were also engaged. So we have now quite a large set of data. We have held also many meetings so as to readjust and evaluate the selections that we have made during the process. And another one is scheduled to take place in April next month. 2 of the 6 selected solutions were shared and tested by our stakeholders. And continue with the results, a tangible result in the territory is to see if the food waste collected from the municipality has increased or not. So at this point, we are happy to report that we have a very close collaboration with the Waste Management Department of the city, as it has been, but now it's even more intense. The kits and bio-waste increase, separate disposal has indeed increased, partly due to the legal obligation of the municipality to distribute large brown bins to the general public in October 2022, but also partly due to the actions of the food waste and prevention unit that also started in October 2022. One living lab, many educational activities, and many workshops were held. Here you can see the former Vice Mayor Kostas Gerolimatos for waste management giving living experience to the students of one of the schools. And of course, it is most certain that end consumer awareness has been raised. Here you can see in this graph a schematic of the increase. It's actually 3 years, 36 months, and from October 20, in the last part of the graph, you can see an increase. That is the time frame to which I referred before, between October 2022 and January 2024. The KPI that we have set, the relative KPI that we have described in our replication roadmap as a goal was 10% increase of food waste collection. And actually, we have succeeded that, and we are at the 28%. I would like to show you some indicative results of the research. First of all, of the household food waste. The Eurostat reports as an annual production per person for Greece 192 kilos of food waste production, including edible and inedible parts, avoidable and unavoidable, and that's the estimation that the Eurostat reports based on the data that are provided from the state. During our research, the findings led us to the estimation of 128 kilograms per year per person, and and you can see an impressive agreement between two of the methods regarding avoidable and unavoidable food waste. Avoidable is the one that could have been saved by better management and better scheduling. That's the categorization we have followed. In the public nurseries, what has been recorded is that on the fifth, which is the largest in capacity, it has 80 persons in total, students and adults, pupils and adults. The food waste is quite larger rather than the eighth, which is a smaller nursery house. And we have found out a slight correlation between food waste and kind of food, which means that children do not necessarily throw away or do not eat their lentils. Food waste is occurring only as a plate leftover in the nurseries. We don't have bad management or food thrown away because it's not properly stored, handled or stored. The same result comes also from the restaurants. Here we have managed to persuade 3 restaurants to record for 15 days their food waste. The one in the middle is of the type of takeaway, so it is expected to have less avoidable because they don't know if the customer will leave the food uneaten. The other 2 are like usual medium-sized restaurants. All of them, they report, both the restaurants who have monitored by using diaries and the ones who have participated in the questionnaire survey, report that whatever food is avoidable is merely plate waste, plate leftovers, and most of it is of plant origin. What it is quite different in the associated region of Greece is that most food waste is of plant origin. It's not bread, fortunately, I must say. It's plate leftovers in the case of the restaurants, according to what has been reported. Our goals regarding the solutions that have been selected is to exploit the solutions which have not been sufficiently developed through the lifespan of the project in the future, to translate the learning material into our native language, because we think this can help the stakeholders become more actively engaged, and of course continue and to implement the citizen science actions. And there have been other results which are not reported for the sake of time. I don't know if yeah, okay. Just shortly saying that we have drafted an advice, a decalogue, an advice, 10 advices aiming citizens on how to prevent and save food based on the findings of our research, the same for the HoReCa sector. We have educated ourselves through the workshops that Marian has held. We have been strongly supported by ACR+, not only from the conceptual framework that we had to develop through the roadmaps, but also because we had to look for fiscal measurements. You asked us for this information, we educated ourselves on that. And well, our education and stakeholder education is a continuous process, and we have received very good support, and thank you for that, Dietze, for you specifically, Ainoa, and all relevant partners. By this, I would like also to thank our mayor, who is Mr. Simos Roussos in the first picture, Professor Gerasimos Liberator, our scientific coordinator. He couldn't be here today, unfortunately. The scientific personnel, Dr. Konstantina Papadopoulou, senior scientific personnel, the vice mayor for education, Ioanna Thanasatou, for waste management, Kostas Gerolimatos, and for the social services, Kostas Efthimiou. So we have at least 5 departments which are involved up to now, and we aim to involve them all, actually. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. This one, yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you to Agnese, of course, and all the associated regions. If there are questions and answers, let's do it very quickly because we're running late now. So, yes.
Yeah, there is a last slide actually to stimulate a bit the discussion on the time that we don't have. But anyway, some lessons learned. You might have catch it from the examples that were provided now, but you start understanding what measures you can take only when you know how grave the situation is. So you really need data, as it was also mentioned by Marianne before. If you don't have data, you don't know where the hotspots are, who are the actors producing the food waste, who are the actors that can actually take action on the reduction. One of our lessons learned was also that it really makes a difference if there are structures behind the actions, like in the case of Hungary, the fact of having a coordinating body that, besides the experience that might have already earned from previous activities or projects, also manages to guide the actors engaged in the process. Through engagement is a challenge. Cinta mentioned it before in the morning, and the importance of having I'm missing not iterative, I think I meant, but processes that you can build, and then you build again, and you review, and so on. And this is what happens for us, both with the stakeholders consultation, with the drafting of the guidelines, with the drafting of the roadmaps, and also with the different replication events that we held throughout the process. Keep the process flexible. I think this message was quite clear. And another thing that we learned during the implementation of the activities is that do not only focus on the tools themselves, in our case the solutions, but also focus on the processes, on the governance models that are behind that, because those really make the change, the difference, whether or not the actors in the territorial levels can bring up the actions further. So, yeah.
Thank you, Agnese. Are there any questions? Maybe later. Okay, so we go now to not the last session, but we still have 2 sessions. So now is the time for the sister project. So we're gonna be listening from CoFresh, Fair Chain, and Loving Food, yeah. And I think it's Monica who is gonna be moderating this session, together with Ines. Okay, in my paper is Monica. Monica comes from ELICA, from UPV, University from the Basque Country. And well, I'll let yourself introduce yourself, and Ines. And do we have somebody else?
Well, later on for the round table. Yeah.
Yes, perfect. Please.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Oh, later on. Sorry. Yeah.
Just a minute. Yeah.
We will make a brief introduction about the cooperation. So then in 15 minutes, then you can sit down there. So, well, first of all, I just would like to say that it's a pleasure to be here, because although it's the final event, it's the first time that I have the opportunity to meet FOODRUS partners in person. So I'm happy to be here. And also I would like, I don't see Laura. She's not here. Oh yeah, I just would like to tell you thank you for the organization of this event here. Okay, so let's start then. And we have this sister project session, so it will be Ines and myself. Ines is the coordinator of CoFresh. I'm the the cooperation tax leader in FOODRUS. So later on, let's see, with the microphone and the... Okay, that's it. So then we will make it, the two of us, just to try to make you awake. And then we will have a round table, and then you have to use your mobile phones because we will have an interactive discussion with Mentimeter. So then, go ahead, Ines.
Okay, so well, I go into the into the subject. So from the very beginning, so even in the topics, it was indicated that we had this this challenge of making establishing an active cooperation with sister projects approved under these two topics. And really we did. Even during the pandemic situation, we got started in November 2020. We hold the first meeting with the 5 coordination teams of these 5 sister projects, and we got started. And very much in the same meeting, we reached some agreements, some main agreements. So we decided to try to be as more democratic as possible. So we established a rotational leadership, and this worked very well. We set some common objectives and expectations, like focus very much in communication and dissemination activities, in trying to find out methodological synergies, and of course try to increase the impact. So make that 1 + 1 will be a little bit more than 2, right? In this case, 1 + 1 + 1, a little bit more than 5. So to establish a common SharePoint, to share our documents, and also to try to work in this common innovation platform. We will be talking a little bit more later on. So we wanted to learn from each other, from knowledge and experience of other projects. We also share some of the results, and we try to find some common solutions to build these sustainable food systems. And very much we focus in sharing best practices, not only on technical parts, but mostly in communication and dissemination. So we decided to establish some dedicated working groups. So most of the partners participated in some or another of the working groups, and of course innovation platform, dissemination and cooperation, workshops, etc. were one of the work packages more actives along the project. So we held more than 60 meetings, and more than 100 people were involved from all 5 projects. And now, and perhaps we would like to introduce you one of the very much interesting network activities of FOODRUS.
Okay, this, and as most of the FOODRUS partners you already know, and we created the FOODRUS Cooperation and Collaboration Network on Food Losses and Waste. So let's say that in addition to the close collaboration with the sister projects, so the 5 of us, FOODRUS has also built this network with other 38 projects and initiatives which have worked on or are currently working in the field of food losses and waste. So in the end, the objective of this network has been to build a community of practice to share experience, lessons learned, best practices, and barriers in the end to the transition towards a more sustainable food system. So here you can see the map, the cooperation map that is in the website of FOODRUS. So you can see that in the inside circle we have the sister project and cooperation group, Low in Food, Fair Chain, FOODRUS, and COFRES, and Plotus. And then outside they are, let's say, all the other projects. So here you see all of them. I'm not going to mention it, but you can find in there. Already some of them, they are here because, So here, and here you will see a timeline showing the cooperation activities during these 3 years. And I'm not going to go into detail because, as you see, there are too many, but I will summarize them. So in the first part, we spent about 6 months to establish the CCN and the cooperation map. And in the month 6, we elaborate the cooperation plan with the cooperation activities that we wanted to perform. And then we have organized, ELICA has organized 2 webinars, and one in February 22 and the other one in February 23. And to share, in the end, that was the objective, to share knowledge and identify good practices. So let's learn from the projects which are working on food losses and waste, learn from them, and then we continue, let's say, their objective on with more results. And also in June 22, we present the CCN to the EU Food Losses and Waste platform. And then also we have been, let's say, working on a cooperation activities list through different surveys and reports. And then in the last part, the 3 ones with the square in purple, let's say that those they were the last events. Well, last year in October 23, that I will explain you later, we organized a joint event in Brussels, just the coordinators with the representative of the European Commission, the project officers, just to explain them our, I don't know how to summarize exactly, our experience on the cooperation between the 5 projects. Then afterwards, also we had in the final triple event in Navarra, it was national. It was a triple event because it was the national, the regional, and the open doors workshops. So also the CCN was invited to attend online or in person. And then that's all, I think. And then today, yeah. Okay, and now we are here.
Now in these final events. Yeah.
Exactly. So then, it was, and I was playing, we want to explain you in a couple of slides about this experience because it was very positive for us. So, and the objectives was to analyze the experience of the 3 years of cooperation. We exchanged also with the project officers on lesson learned. We identified also good practices. So, and those are some results from sister projects cooperation. Already, Ines has mentioned some of them, but of course the joint innovation platform and co-creation methodology that Cinta was earlier, well, this morning and telling us, and then tomorrow also Delvis will explain the co-creation methodology in COFRES. Policy recommendations, also tomorrow will be a policy brief between also FOODRUS and COFRES.
Yeah, and the other sister projects are
and the other sister,
also
exactly, you are staying also. So yeah, because we had a working group, we were really fast through the slides, I know, but we had also a working group on policy recommendations. So barriers and best practices, collaborative research between the 2 projects, FOODRUS and Law in Food losses and waste, and cooperation and collaboration with other European umbrella organizations. So here is a summary, let's say, of the good practices for our fruitful cooperation experience. So early start, as Ines was saying, we started just from the beginning, like November 20, we had our first meeting. So also the importance of rotating leadership, thematic working groups with a specific focus, documentation sharing tools, communication and dissemination activities, and common languages. And of course, and as in most of the, let's say, successful experience, also we find obstacles. It's not always good, exactly. So, and we realized that we had different cooperation resources, so each project had different engagement levels, lack of time to carry out activities, and too many working groups in the beginning. We realized about that, so then we decided to reduce them. Different time and methodology of projects, 2 sorts, and we organize meetings also and webinars together, and in the end, this 2 short time of presentation and discussion for each project, because in the end, there are many projects, many solutions, so you always have the feeling that you don't have enough time to present them. and in projects with and there were some projects that they had a large number of industrial and private partners, so it was really difficult to discuss technical and scientific issues. So now is the roundtable. So now is the second part, let's say. And so now we will have a roundtable with the sister projects. So I will be the moderator. So from FOODRUS, Deiche will join us, coordinator. Then Ines, you can take the seat. And then Clara, the Loving Food coordinator, and Daniel from Fair Change. Well, I think we have been quite fast. I don't know why it's like we are stressed. But anyway, now we will have 20 minutes. And I'm sorry, yeah. We have 20 minutes for this roundtable. So we would like to ask you just 2 questions. One is more individual in the way like, what did your projects, like each of your projects, gain from working with other sisters? So it's like we have been working together, but now you have to give your, let's say, individual or your own response regarding the cooperation. So I think, okay, you have already.
Okay, thank you. I think I want to take advantage of the presentation of Cinta in the morning, because this project has a lot of co-creation, and we have carry out co-creation with all the partners that we are now 27 partners, co-creation with the sister projects that it's very challenging, co-creation with all the pilots and the associated regions that we have quite a lot of associated region, and we have engaged more associated region. And we also have the network with all the projects. So it has been quite challenging and a big effort from all the partners. So the World Package Leader has done an amazing work. And all this knowledge has allowed us to have this methodology also for collaboration with the sister projects. And I think that at the beginning we were quite ambitious. We wanted to work in all the issues and all the subjects, but then we have to cut and to concentrate the efforts in some key points. And this is one of the lessons we learned, that it's impossible to cover everything. It's something that you want to do at the beginning of the project, and then you have to come to the earth and start doing things that you don't have time enough to do everything. So you have to focus on the most important part and in the most common parts. So, and we have focused in this part, and we have learned a lot of things from other projects that have also a lot of pilots involved and other challenges to front. So I think for us it has been a very challenging work, but very fruitful. And I think we have learned a lot of things, and we have a lot of things to do still. So like, with willing to collaborate more, and if it's possible to have more projects like this, to spread the knowledge that we have.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting us in this meeting. I think it's not very frequent that different projects, they have the final meeting together. So I think this can be considered an achievement of this collaboration we have had. So it's very nice to be here. On behalf of Loving Food, I can say a couple of comments about this collaboration. Honestly, as Deiche was saying, we were more ambitious in the beginning, and then we realized that we had to concentrate on few issues to do them very well. And one part of the collaboration which was really very successful was the communication, because I think that we all, in these projects, we all have great communication teams that were collaborating so well in order to increase the reach and impact of every event, every
publication, every video we were producing. So on this point of view, the collaboration was really, really great. And another point was about the spread of the innovations, especially through the platform. And in this case, it was really great that we didn't have to start from scratch. So basically, we were using and building upon an existing platform and giving our innovations visibility in there. So in my view, this was a very good side of the collaboration. Of course, I mean, there were still some challenges, especially for Loving Food. We didn't have as much effort and budget for collaboration activities as in other projects. So for us, it was a bit challenging to continue to put effort on this activity, even though we were thinking it was worth, basically. So this was one first challenge. And another point is that we could have maybe, but we can still do it, increase the integration between our innovations. For me, it was really great to be here today, as it was to be in the Ecomondo exhibition nearly 1.5 years ago together with FOODRUS, because I think several of our innovations are, well, they're not similar, but there are several actors that could benefit from collaboration. So in this sense, one message that one, let's say, thing on our to-do list for the future, and Loving Food still has several months before the end, is to enrich the integration between the innovators and the actors. So I think between the academic institutions, this collaboration was pretty close, but even between the innovators, that would be beneficial.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clara. Well, to build a little bit on what you say, I agree that we could also see that working together in communication, we were getting much higher impact in both society and stakeholders. And I would like to highlight that I think this comes from these continuous meetings that we were having that make them to get to know quite well, all of us. So it was very easy to get in touch with, I don't know, you knew that Fairchain was doing something in a congress, so you could very quickly reach them and perhaps get invited to collaborate and et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to, from GoFresh, I think I learned about generosity, because it's true that each project it's a little bit, has to be a little bit focused on its own objectives, of course. But I could see that it was a real generosity among the projects. And at the end of the day, this we got with better results, I think, that if we were more alone, each one working on its own.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting us. Fairchain was, it's still a project on intermediate chains, so it is in between our project, and I think that we had two very important success on this kind of cooperation activities. The first one is communication. Pretty clear. It's very, very important because we achieve very good results, and also in terms of KPIs, not only in terms of quality of our work. The second one is very interesting, and I was listening our Hungarian friend of the Food Safety Authority, and how process is important, such as the goals. We have not to be too pedagogical, we have to be attentive to not only to put ambitious goals to our activity, but also to find the way to arrive all together in this activity. And the cooperation activity was something like that. It's in between, because we had a very ambitious goal for the first beginning, to meet each other hundreds of times. And then we understood that it was better to focus on some specific issues and to go deep on the specific issues, and the result was very, 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 very incredible, promising, very promising. Then I have to say one thing more, that another point is very interesting, is also, but we speak about it in the next roundtable. It was very interesting not to do, what not to do. Not only the list to do, but also what not to do. For instance, to give you an example, policy recommendation, that could be for a cooperation activity, that could be very interesting to share with us and to find the best one, the best options one. That was one point very, very good. Another point is communication. Another point is the website. Another point is networking. Another point is to share activity and co-creation, like Edelbis will say tomorrow a little bit more on that. But there are some other issues that are so difficult to share that was very interesting to see how it was impossible for example, just to give an example, to share scientific activity and to build a process to publicate, to have some publication, common publication, scientific publication all together. That was not achievable at the time. To share methodology and to share also the time plan of the project, because sometimes there were legs between each other. So to be concrete, it's very, very interesting to share the activity, and it's very interesting also to find a new occasion, new opportunities to build new projects all together, and not to stick to this one, but to go farther on that.
Thank you very much.
Now let's go to the second question. The second question was more about, let's say, talking about future. So the first one was about past or even present. And this is which improvements would you suggest for future sister cooperation? So of course, Plotos, well, we were not talking about Plotos, but Plotos was the other fifth sister that the coordinator was not able to attend here because he was in another project. But anyway, Plotos was finished already. And then COFRES will end in 1 month. Well, this month, yeah? FOODRUS next month. Of course, Law in Food and Fair Change, they have still 1 year, no? Less than 1 year. Okay, but less. But so it's like now, based on our experience during these 3.5 years, and which would you recommend or suggest for future sisters cooperation? So,
okay, I think that one important thing is that Clara mentioned before, that the resources for doing this activity. We started with different resources, with different capacity, even with different activities planned from the beginning. So sometimes it was difficult to have the same amount of meetings when you don't have enough resources. So maybe that was a recommendation that we did it for the European Commission in a previous meeting, that to trying to establish from the beginning like a budget or some activities. They encourage you to cooperate with the sister projects, but then you have to fight with all the budgets and all the resources that you have. So it's important to have at least a minimum quantity if you try to do things. And I think that there is a lot of things that we can say about this, but for me, in this experience, is the most important thing is the attitude. So here, all the sister projects, all the coordinators were willing to collaborate, and that's the most important thing. If the attitude is good, if everybody wants to collaborate, everything is easier. And that depends on the willing of the people involved. And I think you have to be, you want to change the world, and you want to spread your knowledge and the science, you have to be generous. This is one of the things that the European Commission is also promoting, the open science, open sources, open, everything open, for all of us to learn and to share the knowledge and to share the experience and to enrich each other. It's a win-win, no? A win-win profile of projects. No? For me, that's important.
Yeah, I completely agree with your points. I may add that what is also important for us, it was the case for this innovation online platform, but also the case for the enlarged cooperation that FOODRUS, let's say, opened to all the sister projects. For me, one issue that is very important is to build upon what is already done. So, for example, in this case, we already established a good and strong network between these 5 projects. I mean, I would advise to future collaboration to build upon something that is already constructed, because it doesn't make sense to start every time from scratch. And this is valid for innovation, this is valid for networks of projects. For us, it was very important to be, let's say, to dive into this larger network of projects. And in this sense, it's important also after the projects are concluded to keep contacts in some way and to try, especially at least the academic partners, to try to keep in touch and maybe meet at conferences and so on. So I may take 30 seconds of this speech to invite everybody who's joining the RETASTE conference in September to the last project meeting of Loving Food, which will be a side event of that conference. This conference is specific on food waste, so maybe the FOODRUS people would be interested. And our final meeting will be a side event of the conference, so the day before the conference. So, I mean, that is already an opportunity, but there are several more conferences where we have met without, let's say, planning. So for the future, maybe we can even plan meetings somewhere in order to continue the cooperation.
Tell us which is the conference.
RETASTE. It's called RETASTE, and it's a conference. It's becoming the leading European conference on food waste.
Where?
In Greece. This year in Creta, last week of September.
Very interesting.
Not bad.
Not so bad.
Yeah, not a bad place to go. End of September, absolutely. Yeah. Well, to add a little bit on what you say, I would add perhaps that I think also a recommendation is very relevant that sister projects really feel that everyone is contributing. So I think this idea of making an organization of meetings, making this list of projects, and from the very beginning, establishing that everyone has to contribute. Perhaps sometimes on the extent of resources they have or whatever, but yeah, this feeling that everyone was contributing, this is very relevant. And the second thing for me is to try to focus from the very beginning in concrete efforts and to get some good experience from the beginning. If I can make a critic perhaps to the project is that it took us something like 1 year to make our first event together. Perhaps if we were more focused in just make something together quicker, we could establish what we get after some months. We could have get on earlier. So.
Yes. Suggestion to the Commission. Why don't when they have a Horizon Europe project, we have 25% of the direct cost activities is a forfait. No? Why don't we put for cooperation activities maybe say 5% of the project, 10% of the project in a lump sum, in a way to have a fixed percentage in each project. So without that could be a good idea, or maybe enlarge 25 to 30, and to yes,
become a
reality. Become reality. Secondly, I'm asking myself, we have the leadership. I'm representing also Geneviève, who was the coordinator of the Fair Chain project. I'm asking myself if this kind of generosity and circularity is up to you, that the leadership of the Fair project is a female leadership. And so maybe we obtain more from that side than from our side.
So thank you. Okay, well, you have mentioned many words, and I was going to make a summary, but I think I'm not going to do it because in the last part with the Mentimeter, we are going to ask you that. So then I will leave it for the end. I mean, well, so now let's go for the, well, thank you. Well, no, don't move, because maybe someone from the audience wants to ask you some questions, okay? So here we have 10 minutes, but I think with 5 is more than enough. If anyone wants to ask something to the speakers, some specific question, or it was so clear that maybe there are no questions.
If there are no questions from the audience, I have a question for the audience.
Oh, okay, that's good then.
Yeah, because here we have, well, most of you may be or you are partners in projects. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to check, at least from FOODRUS, GoFresh, or other partners that are also here from other projects, did you feel that this cooperation really reached you, or that was something that coordinators and people in charge of cooperation were doing, but you didn't feel it. So.
Yeah.
So did you receive the newsletter of Francesca, for example, and you read it? 120 addresses.
Anyone wants to comment on the experience of
Just
cooperation from the other side?
Just scared.
Brave woman. Okay. Okay, so I would say I think there should have been a better balance between the mixed research approach, so a deeper dive into what's going on in the projects. And I also think it's a challenge that there wasn't time. And personally, for example, I tried to be part of these policy groups, and also the Sustainable Innovation Catalog that we tried to build up was difficult to integrate with the European Commission, whatever it is, database, which I think is a pity. And I think that we could benefit from having a data sharing structure by the Commission, to be honest, not bottom up, because I don't think that I think that there's a lot of data that could be in a European database with a structure that we tap into, for example, us working with food waste. That would have benefited us during the project. So I think we did what we could, but I mean, we also need to monitor the impact of all of these co-creation activities, and I think that was a weak point. But I really enjoyed your efforts. I didn't have time myself so much, but I think if we are going to do this, then we need to make sure, as we said earlier, that the information is shared.
Yeah.
That one idea becomes two ideas for everybody, that it's not kind of also becoming a silo a little bit. So you asked, I answered. Okay.
Thank you, Marianne.
I wanted to add something. I think that, for example, we have Manuel, that is an example of this cooperation. Yeah, do you want to say?
Well, if you oblige me.
You are forced to speak, you know?
Yeah. So, yeah, I did my PhD mobility in collaboration with Low in Food in Boku, University of Boku. And it really, well, the main focus of the mobility was on the life cycle assessment part of the Spanish pilot in FOODRUS. And it was really, really enriching for me. I'm for both projects to learn from their experience. I mean, in the case of Boku, they have carried out the LCA in several important projects like fusions and a refresh, I think. So I think we really benefit from it, and I hope they also learn something from us. So, yeah.
Thank you. That was positive. Okay. So then maybe let's continue. Okay. Yeah. So thank you. So now is your turn to take your mobile phones and, well, I will explain you. Just very briefly, and then I go into the web page, and then you will see a QR, and then you just scan it, and then you will have 2 questions. But then I just go through the questions. So once I open the web page later on, and you will see then this question. And so it's just to get a word cloud about cooperation. So you just have to think, after listening to us about our cooperation experience, you have just to say with a word. Well, you can let's say, write many words, but it's like one by one. So just in one word, a benefit that you would expect from cooperation, okay? One easy one could be collaboration. Oh, well, they have mentioned many words, so I don't want to tell you which you have to write. So that will be the first one. So then, and once you are answering, then you will see the word cloud, okay? And then the second one, this is about ranking. Let's say that here is a summary. Well,
they have mentioned already the coordination, and also we have been working in a document where we have collected all improvement suggestions for collaboration, but we have chosen, let's say, the most important for us. So you just have to run them. So it's quite easy. You will see those 5 boxes, and then you just have to read them all, and then click the one you consider is the first. So automatically will go the first one, then you click the second one, will go the second one. And then also we'll have here a graph. So you will see what is the most, let's say, the ranking of the 5 of them. Okay, so I think it's quite easy. So let's see if it works, because it's 5 o'clock, I know, and we have started 6 hours ago. So then I go back to the, no, I think I have here the web page already. The microphone. Wait a minute. I have to. Wait. It's here. No. That's the web page. Okay. But I need. That's it. Well, it's good. You are really innovative, because they are different so far. Yeah. Yeah, it's changed all the time. Yeah, because myself, I like it, the generosity, and now it's lost. Because that was a new one, networks. Some of them, we know them already because we heard them many times, like knowledge sharing. Yeah. Network impact. I don't know when we should stop. Yeah, okay. Because we had already, look at this. I don't know how many we are here, but we are about 40 people, maybe 50. So that's very good. Okay. Then, well, I don't know if anyone can take a picture, or maybe Lorea. It's a Stacy in Mentimeter. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, so now we go to the second question. So then I have to, how I do it? I just, where is the, I don't see it. No, but I'm looking for the arrow. Here it is. Okay. I couldn't find it. Oh my God. I think I prefer a mouse, Okay, now. So then don't look, it doesn't matter if it's first, second here in the picture, but I suppose you are watching the boxes. Yes, just the boxes. Just the boxes. So don't pay attention to these numbers, okay? So then the first one could be that one or that one, but it's just the way that the Mentimeter show it here, but not on your mobile phones. Your mobile phone will be without number. So.
Oh wow, the third and the fourth, they are there. Well, I suppose that most of you have already voted, okay? So it's very good that I mean the first one and the second one, they were the ones that the coordinators and the cooperation leaders, they were talking about focus the cooperation efforts on specific activities, more than trying, I mean, data, and I think all of you, all of the 5 projects, or 4 projects in that case, because Plutos is not here, so the 4 of us who were telling about the same, that is very important to focus on the specific activities. It's impossible to try to cover everything, we have to focus. Okay, and then the second one was the suggestion to the Commission about including in a budget. Okay, and then as you see, well, the third and the fourth, they're the same, I would say. Well, I don't know, maybe one, maybe here there is one more, but well, anyway, I mean, in the end is to define and agree on common indicators at the beginning of the collaboration. And then the fourth one, it was about communication and dissemination activities to prioritize. And then the fifth one, was about the attendance to relevant. Well, anyway, we consider at least the sister projects that all the 5, they are relevant. But it was just to share with you if you agree on that. That's it. Okay, so I think we have finished this session. I have here a final, again, where is the mouse? Where's the arrow? I just want to display the last slide. Ya, por eso que ya acabamos. Por eso. No, it doesn't matter. It was just a final message, so just a take-home message. But in the end, I think we have made a good summary, so it's very important, the cooperation. And I would just say that it's a teamwork. I don't know, it's really difficult to choose a sentence or to choose a couple of words, as you have said. But it's very important, the willingness, it's a teamwork, and that's it. It's the only way to, let's say that, coming together and, in a joint line. I don't know how to say it in a sentence, but more or less that was.
Very good.
Very
Thanks
good.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica, and to all the sister projects. Indeed, collaboration is the key for everything. And sorry for the pressure, but we're running out of time, and I don't like the Commission waiting, which is our last session. So we have Cristina Lisetti. Cristina is managing the EU platform for food losses and waste, which is an expert group gathering the Commission, other institutions, international organizations, NGOs, and the academia. So you're going to be presenting on the prevention of food losses and food waste policy. Thank you very much, and thank you for the patience.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm really, really glad to be here and to hear about what you have been working on for these past years and hands-on solutions. I'm not going to try to sell you too much on the policy side, on the impacts. You all know about the issue of food loss and waste. I really want to focus my presentation on things that are useful for you and in your future projects, and on how the Commission can help you take further action in this area. So I'm going to be at the end. I'm open to more questions, discussions. So just feel free to come up and ask me how we can be of help to you. So as I said, not going to spend too much time on this. You already know the SDG, very important a target to guide our work. We've been guided by this since 2015, when the Commission launched an action plan, a circular economy action plan for the first time, where food waste was a very big, important part of it. And it's important to say that despite our commitment to this SDG, we are not there yet. And the data, which is the latest one that we have here, this is data from 2021 that was reported by member states to Eurostat. This shows us that we are still a long way to go. With a total of food waste around 131 kilograms per inhabitant in the EU. This is the average, of course, and over half of this amount is generated at consumer level. And this is consistent also to figures that we saw from Slovakia. This is also consistent to figures that we see around the world. So we know the consumption spot is a hotspot. Regardless of the countries that we are looking at, whether developing or developed countries, we all need to look closer at the causes for consumer food waste and to take action in this field. So as a natural continuation to this slide, it's important to mention the importance of measurement, because if we measure, we know where to take action. We know what we can identify the causes for food waste. And based on this measurement and the first reporting by member states to the Commission, we now have two different data sets from 2020-2021. We were able to come and adopt a proposal to establish legally binding targets at EU level. This was adopted last year by the Commission, and right now we are negotiating this proposal together with the European Parliament and the Council of the European Union. This is part of a larger revision of the Waste Framework Directive, which also includes textile waste. And these targets, as you can see on the screen, refer to the processing manufacturing sector. So this would envision a reduction by 10% by member states by 2030. Reference year, and 30% per capita jointly at consumption. And we put here a target for retail, restaurants, and food services, but also households altogether. So what was important here was to make sure that these target levels were feasible to achieve for member states. We did, not us, but colleagues at the Joint Research Center did scientific feasibility studies to understand what would be achievable and targeted for member states to achieve. So this is why we proposed these levels, which again, right now are being negotiated. There's also a revision clause, so this will not be set fixed until 2030. In 2027, we want to look at the level of the targets again, depending on the progress that has been achieved to date. So we will continue from our side to support progress by member states on reaching whether the European targets or the global ones. And this is what we call the EU toolbox, so a set of actions that we've done so far. So at the moment, we have legal obligations for member states for them to adopt national food waste prevention programs to measure, monitor food waste. We have a common EU methodology that we created together with member states to measure food waste. The EU platform on food losses and food waste, which is our expert group, which tries to gather everyone around the table. It's a great forum to put together policymakers and stakeholders and really discuss the real issues and create collaboration. We have 5 thematic subgroups here. We work on food donation, we work on food waste measurement, action and implementation, more generally date marking, because date marking is also an important area of work, and also consumer food waste prevention. We also took steps to clarify EU legislation concerning food donation, but also the safe use of food in feed. And as I mentioned, we also work with other colleagues from the labeling unit on promoting better understanding and use of date marking, not only for consumers, but also for businesses. If we go back to the consumer issue, this is a project where we really targeted, we gathered 15 brilliant minds, experts in consumer food waste. And these were half academia and half coming from the practitioner side. And Gyula was one of them. So if you have more questions about this, I would urge you to go to him. And at the end of 1 year, they came up with a compendium of tools, best practices, recommendations for policymakers, for food businesses, but also NGOs, and for educational establishments on how to take targeted action to reduce consumer food waste. And we are now working on a public event, which you should all mark in your calendars. On the 5th of June, we're working on digitalizing these tools, so making them more accessible to people so they can actually, use them. They're not going to sit in a report, forgotten on a shelf somewhere. So that's the point of the conference, is to have a dynamic format. We will have feedback sessions. We will invite people to come and say what they're doing, and experts will give them feedback directly during the conference to put them on the right track, or to adjust, a bit what they're planning to do. And yeah, just I will mention later the website where you can find out, you can stay up to date and find out when the registration opens. Okay, how do we, what else do we do to mobilize players? We have recommendations for action. These were adopted by the platform in 2019. They're kind of a rule book where we say who should take action, which type of action, and a bit of how. So this is according to the stage of the food supply chain. So it's from primary production to consumers, and then we also have cross-cutting action. So if, let's say, public authorities or stakeholders or, I don't know, any industry, they don't know what to do, direct them to this manual, and then they'll have like the ABCs. We're working with the Joint Research Center to strengthen the evidence base, to understand what actions work, what doesn't work. We're looking at the social, environmental, economic impacts of actions. I'm not going to enter into that, into more details. It's late, it's very scientific. But I'm going to focus instead on funding opportunities, which is way more interesting at this point. So ways in which we can support players to take action. One of these ways is action grants. And here we want you to be aware of these action grants. They will be launched soon this year. In 2022, these focused on the food services and hospitality sector. In last year, they focused on actions to reduce consumer food waste. This year, it's a surprise. You'll see in a few months. So stay connected to us, and I'll tell you how. We also have grants for member states, and these are awarded by invitation. So we invite member states to apply. These are tailored for member states' authorities, and this is invitation only. So they have the opportunity to access grants from the European Commission to carry out measurement at national level of food waste, but also to implement national food waste prevention programs. And this is a new feature. We extended the scope from the previous years because we realized that member states need funding for other actions than measurement as well. So, as I said, the planning for 2024 looks a bit like this. We will open the call for applications for the stakeholder grants May, June. There's a 50% co-funding rate here. So you can subscribe to the newsletter of the EU Food Loss and Waste Prevention Hub. That's the website where we post all this information. And then for member states, these invitations will be sent in June, but only to national competent authorities. Okay, so this is on research and innovation. These are the calls that have been published in the past years, 2021, 2024, part of Horizon Europe. You can see they're all under the big umbrella of fair, healthy, environmentally friendly food systems from primary production to consumption. The topics are very varied, and they really reflect the interaction between the food loss and waste topic with other areas, such as marketing standards, packaging solutions, and here we look at microbiomes, The link with climate, importance of integrating food loss and waste into climate action, but also measurement and monitoring. And it's not only the technical solutions that we're interested in, which is great. We need to apply them at each stage of the food supply chain, but we also need to look at how to change behaviors, how to change values and behaviors related to food. So there we had one call on changing social norms towards zero food waste. And here are the ongoing projects. This is a slide that I stole from RTD or REA colleagues. I'm not sure exactly from a presentation from them. So I think here there's a lot of potential for further collaboration with these ongoing projects. I'm not sure of the level of collaboration there is right now, if you're aware of these or if you have any contacts with these, but it's good to pass on your knowledge. And 2 more slides and I'll stop. This was a very dear initiative of ours, the European Citizens Panel of Food Waste. So our president came up with a wonderful initiative 2 years ago to set up citizens panels. And the first one, the lucky ones chosen were us on food waste. And we had to organize this direct dialogues with 150 citizens from all across the EU who came to Brussels in 3 different weekends over 3 months and who really got rolled up their sleeves and worked on this topic. And at the end, we got a set of 23 recommendations from the citizens directly as to what we should do to further prevent food waste. And we are taking them into account in our policy making, and we hope that member states will also look at these when they decide what to do in their national contexts. And last but not least, this is a data sharing tool that I really encourage everyone to use. This is the EU Food Loss and Waste Prevention Hub. This is a baby project that I started personally a few years ago because we received a lot of criticism from partners, project partners just like you, saying we don't have a space where we need to share, when we can share our knowledge, where we can share what we're doing. Apart from, of course, the Cordis database, which has a very dry, it's more there to ensure that we know the technical details behind the contacts. But we really wanted a website where you could share in real time what you're doing. And not only you, but also member states and other stakeholders. So here it is. We want to launch in the next months a dedicated section of the website for EU-funded projects. And here, if my colleague hasn't reached you yet, she will. We will create, the aim here is to ensure continuation and visibility to your projects after the 5 years. After 5 years, when you have, okay, you all have your websites. It's great, you publish there what you're doing. But then after 5 years, you are no longer required to have them. So we don't want to lose that knowledge. And the point was to bring everything into one place. And here we're interested not in annual reports or stuff like that. We're interested in real concrete results, things that can help others. Okay, so this is the aim. So the website is split between 2 parts, soon 3, with the EU funding page. One is resources news, where you can just fill in a template and send it to us. We review it, publish it. It's that easy. You just need an EU login. And then something that might interest you is the EU member states page. And there you can see a mapping of what member states are doing. And it's according to the Target Measure Act approach. So you'll see what targets they set, how they measure, what projects they have in the different fields of work, whether food donation or it can be education. And these we maintain together with member states, and we try to keep them as up to date as possible. And I think, to my knowledge, this is the most up-to-date mapping of what member states are doing in food loss and waste prevention. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much, and I'm very open to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Any questions for Christina? Now or never? No, that's not true. I hope.
Thanks for the nice presentation, and actually I liked the last slides where the Commission actually reacted on a need that emerged from the project. And as to the section on EU member states actions, I was wondering if it would be possible also to have within the section or in a parallel session actions taken at regional level, because sometimes having national action takes longer time, more effort, and sometimes it's more difficult to see the results. But there are some regions that are more pioneering specific actions, and that could also help other regions in other member states to replicate action. So maybe good to take that aspect into account as well.
Can I react to that? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very, very good comment. Actually, it's very difficult for us to reach regions and municipalities. And we rely a lot on member states to facilitate this contact. Before, we used to have City of Milan as a member of the platform, but right now we don't have any member that represents regions and municipalities. And the reason is simple. We haven't had any application from an organization to represent regions and municipalities. But I can tell you on the hub, I think for Belgium at least, we have the three communities there represented. So because we have the different layers of administration here, so we detailed about what Flanders is doing, what Brussels is doing, but also what Wallonia is doing. So this requires a bit of discussion, collaboration between the national level, which is part of our platform, and the regions. But we are trying to reach regions through the public event that we're doing. There will be a specific focus on the 5th of June on cities and regions. And we really hope to have people there so that we create more awareness at municipal level, because a lot of actions can be taken at municipal level. And we saw the example from Greece, which was excellent because it really showed collaboration not only with public authorities, but also with waste collection companies, which is exactly what we want. And also governance, because it's not enough to set up a stakeholder group. You really need to have someone in the public administration who is following this file and who's coordinating efforts, because let's face it, you need an entity to coordinate these actions. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Chris. I just wanted to say that know that we have in the room the city of Amsterdam. I was looking at him, listening to you, and this morning we had somebody from Astrid, but she's no longer here, from the Interreg Policy Learning Platform. And she was saying how interested they're representing regions and municipalities to have contact. So, and Simon is also working in Greenovate, but also with the Policy Learning Platform. So I'm sure we can maybe do the matching. Yes, please.
Sorry, thank you, Vicky. Actually, that's a great coincidence because first of all, I would like to congratulate you for creating the EU Food Loss and Waste Hub. It's your baby, as you mentioned. It's really user-friendly. I like it a lot and has provided a lot of useful information to the municipality of Halandri. And it's a great coincidence that Agnes posed this question, because that's exactly what I'd like to ask. We haven't been in communication. That's a coincidence. We were interested into becoming a part of the hub, but the selection of the members has closed like 1.5 years ago. And I would like to ask if it is possible, well, the municipality of Halandri and the Food Loss and Waste Prevention Unit would be interested into becoming a member. And I would like to ask if there is a scheduled reselection of members, or if it is possible to become a member in retrospective. Regardless of whether we can be a member or not, we have been using the hub. We have published the FOODRUS Day, replication day in our territory, and the process has been super easy. So thank you for that too. Thanks.
Thank you for the best publicity comes from the user, so great to hear. And thank you for the question on the EU platform on food losses and food waste. So it's an expert group. Member states were invited to take part in that. But for stakeholders, we had to open a call for applications because there was a lot of interest and we had to keep this expert group to a manageable size. So we ran an evaluation process based on specific criteria for this mandate. So the mandate ends in 2026. And with the goodwill of the next commission, and maybe the next one, we might have a prolongation of this mandate because, let's face it, I don't think the food waste issue will end. And the platform has been really a great forum to share best practices and to accelerate action in this field. So we really hope this will be continued. So for now, everything that the platform does is published on the website of the Commission. There's a dedicated page. We're transparent about the meetings. We web stream the plenary meetings as well. So, I mean, feel free to check that and subscribe to the hub, and you'll know everything about what the Commission is doing, including the platform.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy there's so much effort on European level, and I'm slowly finding out now as Amsterdam that there's so much to work with, so it's really helpful. Maybe on the governance part, the City of Amsterdam actually hired one person, a former consultant, full-time to work on food waste, which is, I think, a great step. It's me. So now I have to actually live up to that dream. And one thing that's really difficult for me, of course, a lot of the actions we can figure out, is figure out what real regulation, or like we call it force or pushing regulation, we could do to actually prevent food waste. Because normally it's giving a subsidy or sponsoring a community, but there's real, in the groundwork of how we organize our food system, there's much to change, and that can actually benefit some entrepreneurs, or maybe make sure the supermarket is a better environment to buy stuff, or maybe not buy everything. So I was wondering if that's picked up on regional, but maybe also on national level. Maybe they could use some extra inspiration as well. And I know the FOODRUS project also looked in some stuff, so I was wondering if that's collected and then maybe spread out as well.
Thank you. That's, again, a very pertinent question. From our side at EU level, I can just guide you to the EU platform recommendations, because there you really have also the levels of governance that to take action. So cities are often mentioned. And then maybe to take you to organizations that have done work gathering good practices from cities, but also guidance, because there's no silver bullet. There's no one solution. So you need to adapt to your both national and local context. But with the work of ACR Plus, I know you also did work in this. I think Eurocities also worked on this, and there are many guidances for municipalities on what actions they can take based on what works in other cities. So I can only guide you to that, and some of them you will find them on the hub.
Sometimes I found that the cooperation activity of the sister project are very good and a lot of success. But otherwise, the cooperation between DGs are not so successful. So what can you do to improve a little bit this kind of cooperation?
Thank you for this internal cuisine question. I can tell you that we are struggling a lot to involve all the relevant DGs, and here it's such a large spectrum because food waste touches on so many policy areas. But for example, we worked in the past with colleagues from DG Employment on the FEAD fund, the fund for European most deprived, to see how we can facilitate food donation, how we can, simplify these the EU regulation in that regard we produce the guidance for stakeholders and for member states to understand how can food be redistributed according to EU regulation. Then, of course, you have the national level. But we're working with DG Agri colleagues as well. I can start mentioning everyone, but it's a struggle because we all have limited resources. We all want to do more, and sometimes it's a competing priority between what other people, for them food waste might not be a priority. So we really need to push, and it really depends on the persons that you find in each unit and how willing they are and how free they are to look into this topic. But from our side, we are a very small but ambitious team, I can tell you that. And yeah, sorry?
Generous.
And generous. Well, thank you. So we're really trying to reach the focal points across DGs. We also work with REA, with RTD, with agencies. So yeah, we're not in a silo mentality for sure.
Thank you, Christina. Are there any other questions? Yes.
No, just a short comment that within the FOODRUS project, as it was mentioned, we have identified 25 best practices for sustainable food systems and food waste prevention, and we are working also on the drafting of a fact sheet about the legal and economic barriers per food value chain stage, which are in a deliverable, but we want to make it like fact sheets, brochures, so we will be really happy to have them on the Prevention Hub.
Thank you, Agnese. That's it. I think, thank you very much, Christina. Big applause. So I guess with this we come to the end, and I would like to conclude. I'm going to be very short because this has been a very long day. Obviously we have heard the wonderful outcomes that the FOODRUS and the sister projects have reached. Also we have heard the initiatives that the European Commission has put in place and is putting in place to make all of this real. So I'm not going to go over that again, and I'm not going to try to summarize that because it will be very difficult. But maybe I would like to share three ideas, three concepts that we have heard through the day, and that I'm taking home, and hopefully you are also taking home, and that FOODRUS has proven how these three concepts are so important. First is knowledge, measurement, like Christina was saying, and collaboration. We have heard how important it is to have the innovators collaborating with the actors, with the stakeholders, how much, for example, the European Commission needs our action to be able to develop the policies. So I think knowledge, measurement, collaboration, multi-stakeholder collaboration is key. Then the second aspect is continuation, how to build upon what we have already reached, and I think everybody shares this. And maybe that's a very good point, that is not only on our side, but also on the side of the European Commission or other institutions to figure out how we can continue. I know that's what they want, because the money they're investing has to have a continuation and an impact. No? And impact is now very important. But maybe projects should have to have a little department for the future. The question is in the air, but I agree. And number three, and very, very important, is education and capacity building. No? The change of behavior Christina was saying is very important, and for that, there's only one tool, one instrument, is education, no? And awareness raising and capacity building. And we have heard too many efforts that the FOODRUS and the sister projects have been doing. So for me, those are the three main messages that we get from an event like the one we shared today. And that will be my conclusion. And I don't forget to congratulate all the partners of the consortium, especially Ainhoa and Deiche Manu from Deusto University for a coordination work, very, very amazing coordination work. Everybody mentioned it already. This project was born within the COVID era, and I witnessed it. It was very, very complex, no? To have this collaboration, to collaborate between the pilots in those days. And of course, Laura, she wasn't there from the very beginning. Elisa was your predecessor, but you have done a great job, especially through the project and today organizing this event. So thank you very much for that and for the rest of Greenovate Europe team. Piero, Simon, and James here in the room. And voila, let's have fun. We have a dinner, Vanson restaurant at 7:30. It's in the center, it's very nice, everybody is welcome. Just please tell Laura if you haven't registered. It's very nice, it's an institution in Brussels, so hopefully you will enjoy, we will enjoy it because I'm joining. And what else? Let's go. Thank you.